AJ takes out Becky, this time on the biggest stage of WrestleMania, and this comeback return can finally have its next chapter. Becky leaves embarrassed. AJ still stands tall as the Intercontinental Champion. Make it 2 times for Charlotte and Alexa, tag team champions once again, as they are going to win this stacked 4-way at WrestleMania. So that's tag gold won last year at SummerSlam, this year on the biggest stage, and this friendship not seemingly going to be falling apart anytime soon. It is time to find new #1 contenders for the Women's Tag Team Championships. And Bayley may be unaware of the words that were given to Lyra backstage. Bayley has been awfully busy outside of the ring trying to work on training the next generation of girls. She is always trying to give back to the industry, and everybody appreciates her for it. But Becky believes it's a wedge she can use to drive between the two, and it's very clear that after being shut out of another Intercontinental title match, Becky has immediately gotten to work trying to find her next target, her next meal ticket, her next whatever it is that she is looking for. And she's trying to go after the person that, as much as Lyra wants to deny it, there is an unmistakable bond between the two. You know, Lyra looked up to Becky quite a lot. They were tag team champions last year at WrestleMania, and everything, kind of imploded. But as it stands for tonight, it's about finding #1 contenders for these tag team championships. Charlotte and Alexa have held the belt since WrestleMania, and for the past almost year now, it feels like Lyra's been in this constant pursuit of trying to get these belts alongside Bayley. They thought it was supposed to be last year at WrestleMania, but Becky took that away from them. They thought it was supposed to be this year at WrestleMania, but didn't happen. They lost the Fatal 4-Way, went to the back of the line. Even though they weren't pinned, they had to battle back over the last 2 months, and they have finally earned themselves another shot to compete for those belts, a #1 contenders match, and trying to finally, after what has been this year-long saga of these two going from, allies of convenience to legitimate friends to, at times even friendly rivals in the ring competing for that Intercontinental Championship. But standing in the way is a pair of former champions, Raquel and Roxanne, formerly tag team champions after Liv went out with injury. In the midst of her tag title run with Raquel, and Roxanne stepped in, held the belts. They had them for a little bit, but ultimately weren't able to hold on to them for very long because they ran into Charlotte and Alexa last year at SummerSlam, and now maybe trying to right the wrongs of last year and get their revenge on Charlotte and Alexa, as Roxanne has plenty of history with both the girls in this match, as she's had run-ins with Bayley and definitely her fair share with Lyra. They fought over WrestleMania weekend for the NXT Championship, a match where Roxanne came out on top, but they have battled quite a bit. As the match is underway, new number one contenders will be crowned here as Bayley and Roxanne start things off. And a little feeling out process here as Roxanne and Bayley locking up, and Bayley obviously got the experience advantage, and Roxanne, you know, another one of the girls in NXT who at one point kind of looked for Bayley's mentorship, but ultimately, you know, is going to try to use her as a stepping stone to get where she ultimately wants to be. It's the stark difference between girls like Roxanne and girls like Lyra. Girls like Roxanne who don't respect the past. As soon as they get what they want, they get to the spot that they want to be, they have no problem disrespecting the people who helped them get there, whereas Lyra has done complete opposite. She only has the respect of girls like Bayley, and even at one point had respect for somebody like Becky who helped her get to where she wanted to be, and she doesn't betray that. So Roxanne with a slap to the face of Bayley. How about another one? Just disrespecting her, but Bayley comes back out there, gets one up on her, and a back elbow. As Roxanne down, dropping the knee, and Bayley taking control for the moment. Drop kick to the back. Roxanne, it's the shots you can't see coming that hurt the most, as into the cover. Roxanne down, and a quick kick out as Bayley. You have to wonder, though, does Becky have a bit of a point with Bayley's lack of attentiveness in the ring the last couple of weeks, where she's been in a ring, but not the Raw ring? She's been in her seminars, her training camps, her, you know, mentorship role that she has taken on for women's wrestling, and maybe she's not focusing as much as she should, focusing on being Lyra's partner, focusing on being the tag team champions. Maybe that's why they haven't been tag team champions at this point, as Roxanne tags in Raquel, and Raquel at the elbow drop. It didn't take long for Judgment Day to quickly get back in control of this one, and with Raquel, clearly the most powerful girl in the match, just tossing Bayley. And how about going for it again, just manhandling her and tossing her around? Bayley has to roll out and catch her breath, but Raquel is not going to let her take a breath. Outside the ring she goes, and Raquel, just no time to catch your breath as Raquel, it's going to charge up with that big boot, got the momentum going, and Raquel just flattens Bayley, who has not looked super sharp so far, but there you go, a counter, as Bayley drops her inverted DDT, and now trying to get her back in the ring. Obviously got to get the fall in the ring as she tosses Raquel in, and Bayley up on the apron and out of the top rope. Bayley up high, flying off the top of the crossbody, but she misses. Raquel out of the way, and Lyra just only being able to watch as a fall-away slam. Bayley in the wrong side of the ring here, far away from Lyra, into the cover. Raquel, it's a kick out at 2, but Raquel got Bayley closer to her corner, and even now into the corner with Roxanne. How about driving her shoulder right into the gut of Bayley, and a fist to the back for good measure. Roxanne in, as now Bayley gonna have to look for an opportunity to tag out, but Roxanne off the second rope, and Bayley goes out of the ring again, rolling away. Roxanne also keeping up the pressure, suicide dive, taking out Bayley, who has looked poor in this match so far, at least, as Roxanne trying to capitalize. Up onto the apron she goes, and into the ring where she can keep it going. Satomura special, and the knee to the back of the head of Bayley as the cover and kick out. Again, at least Bayley's staying alive in this one, but she needs to make a tag, as Roxanne not gonna let her even have that chance. Meteor in the corner And now stepping over as Roxanne's going to go and tag out here. Raquel in, but meanwhile Bayley finally crawling, gets to Lyra, and that's all we needed to do is get Lyra in. She's been ready, she's been waiting to go. Lyra, handle the back of the head, and how about a little bit more of a flurry here as Lyra is having Raquel stunned and then an overhead suplex. Caught her, and I'm gonna go after Roxanne, always taking the opportunity to get her hands on Roxanne. How about a little stunner on the ropes? A Bayley signature there as Raquel back up to her feet. Lyra, though, it's dropped with a sidewalk slam. Maybe took her eyes off the main target here, but still Lyra coming a kick to the gut. Quick counter over the top rope goes Raquel, and now both of them outside the ring. Lyra dives through the ropes, takes out both. Suicide dive takes out Roxanne and Raquel, and Lyra's on fire right now. It has been a completely different energy. Lyra with the momentum to the top rope she goes. Roxanne, though, back on the apron, tosses Lyra into Raquel. Both girls down. Bayley comes over to the assistance of Lyra now, and she's taken out Roxanne, has delivered some kicks, some strikes, and trying to keep it even in the ring as Raquel, she sees what's going on outside the ring. Suplex onto Roxanne. Here comes Raquel, though. And Raquel, how about a little fallaway slam into the outside of the floor. And now Raquel trying to focus in. Back on Lyra, who's on the top rope. Drops the leg. And out of nowhere, into the cover. And Roxanne can't break it up in time, but she's going to kick out anyway. Raquel out at 2. And now back on the apron, Bayley goes. She crawled her way back up there, but now it's looking like Bayley, she's got a little cut open on her face, and Raquel is trying to survive this onslaught of Lyra, but for Lyra, it feels like she's fighting a 2-on-1 right now, escaping the powerbomb up off the shoulders of Raquel. Now, go behind, German suplex. Roxanne, meanwhile, I think she wants a little bit of a piece of Bayley after, earlier where she immediately got taken out. She's trying to tip the scales in their favor as she sneaks behind Bayley, drops her, super kick. Bayley stays on her feet, but come on, right into the steel steps. And Roxanne distracts Lyra enough as Roxanne down. Lyra takes her out, but you gotta focus on who's in the ring because Raquel's waiting for you. Up, and Roxanne creates the distraction enough for Lyra to get planted by Raquel and kick out at 2. Lyra still alive. Is the burst of Lyra all over? She had an early flurry, but now Raquel taking over. Nope, Lyra's still alive. Another kick and a slap. How about just fists and feet all over Raquel? And now looking for a moonsault. Nope, standing moonsault misses. Out of the way, Raquel has a boot to the face. And Raquel stifles her, but nope, Lyra refusing to stay down for too long. Into the corner goes Raquel, but she catches her with a boot to the face. Lyra, however, does not seem phased as she drops her with a hip toss. Into the corner crawls Raquel, and Lyra taking her time, maybe catching her breath, but Raquel, you gave her maybe too much time to recover. How about little snake eyes and stunned down Lyra as she's trying to crawl away, but that is the wrong corner. Roxanne not quite back up on the apron yet, but she's making her way back over eventually. Clothesline in the corner, and with her back turned, taking her out back of the skull. As Raquel wants to drop Lyra for good, up on the shoulders, elbows, trying to fight off, she does, and Lyra, spin kick, gets her down, and now she can tag in Bayley. Bayley, you gotta do something to help her out here. Lyra's been carrying the heavy weights of this match as Bayley to the top rope, looking for it, elbow drop, and down is Raquel, cover, and kick out. Raquel survives that too, but Bayley now measuring. Will it be Bayley to belly? Will it be Roseplant? No, she misses. And Raquel up with a sidewalk slam, drops Bayley. And now back in control, seemingly, as Raquel drops Lyra off the apron. And Lyra, I mean, the poor girl is fighting a duo, what it feels like. And Bayley down, tag in Roxanne. Roxanne runs in, pop rocks. Pop rocks, down goes Bayley. And we have new number one contenders, Judgment Day. And a very uncharacteristic performance from Bayley. You worked 2 months to get back in contention for the tag belts, only to show up unprepared, or at least one of the 2 members of the team was pretty unprepared. Credit to Bayley for connecting the dots. Becky comes back all of a sudden, gets in Lyra's ear, and now Lyra's acting a little, maybe you could say selfish, but I don't think she's wrong to want Bayley to just focus on her for an important match, but at the same time, Becky's not going about it the right way, and she's being awfully hypocritical. Bayley out for some action, though, tonight. Flying solo. No Lyra to help her out tonight as Becky comes out of nowhere and drops Bayley. And Becky hating that Bayley called her out on her nonsense, but when you know somebody for as long as Bayley and Becky have known each other well over a decade at this point, you can call each other out on your crap, and well, Bayley called Becky out on it. Becky not receptive to it, as taken out Bayley again. And it looks like we're having no match tonight. Bayley down. we can welcome you to night one of SummerSlam here in Minnesota. And it is a culmination of a chapter of this Bayley-Becky saga. I mean, these two obviously have been, at each other for years and years. But this time it feels a little bit different because the center of it is Lyra Valkyria, who is making her way to the ring with Bayley. Bayley said stay at home. Becky said, hey, no, show up, be here. I want you to see this. And well, Lyra is here. It was last year at this very event that sparked a lot of what we are, dealing with here. It was Becky versus Lyra, Intercontinental Championship match. Bayley inadvertently costed Lyra the match and sent them into being a tag team where Becky moved on because Lyra wasn't allowed to challenge for the title again. So now, a full year later, after Becky had sentenced these two to an unlikely friendship, it's just interesting how things have changed, though, where Becky all of a sudden snaps her fingers and all of a sudden she's interested in acting like she cares about Lyra's future and acting like she has her best interest. Becky, though, wants to prove to Lyra that she's following the wrong person, that she is, it's a false idol, maybe, that Bayley is. But in reality, Becky has only had the intentions of herself at hand here. That's all she's ever cared about, and that's all she cared about coming back here after WrestleMania, after losing to AJ, is she's looking for what is next for her, what is next if it's not going to be the Intercontinental Championship. And I guess her sights being on Lyra, trying to clean up Bayley once and for all, and to convince Lyra that she is taking the wrong path in her career. Time to see who gets to laugh last here between these two. Bayley, Becky, immediately! It's not going to take long for them two to come to blows, and Bayley takes her head off in a clothesline. As Bayley and Becky, they don't need to really wrestle. They're just trying to fight each other right now, as they know each other so well. So many matches between the two, and it's really just going to be about who can fool the other one, who can outsmart the other one. I think in the mental department, Becky maybe holds the advantage here because she's going to try to play on the emotions here, and she's trying to maybe get a word in with Lyra and baiting Bayley in, and she was ready for it. Bayley trying to stop any sort of interaction between Becky and Lyra, and she's going to pay for it. Into the barricade she goes once, and now into the steel steps as Bayley maybe already falling for a trap of Becky, but Bayley not to be put down so easily as she takes control. But you don't want to have this be an early count out or anything like that. Bayley's going to try to get her back into the ring. She doesn't want Lyra to be here. She doesn't want her involved. She doesn't want any interference. And it's kind of ironic because it's the same thing that Lyra wanted last year against Becky. She didn't want interference. She didn't want Bayley's help. Bayley inserted herself into something she wasn't, welcomed in, and it ended up costing Lyra. Will it cost Bayley this year as Bayley suplex as she goes into the cover? It's been evenly matched so far as Becky kicks out at 2. And Bayley in control for the time being as Becky crawls to the corner, and Bayley meets her there with a knee right to the face, and now a boot right to the chest, just taking it to Becky, who has been on the defensive for the moment. As little kick, no, Becky rolls out the way, and pump handle suplex as Becky in control for the moment here. Gets Bayley up, hooks her, suplex. Simple but effective as Bayley now kick to the head of Becky. Right back up, and Bayley, anything you can do, I can do better. Suplex right to Becky. Trading offense. To the second rope goes Bayley. And measuring. Becky to her feet slowly. Bayley spinning uppercut right in front of Lyra as she now drops down into ringside, trying to make Becky submit, as Bayley not so much a submission specialist, but she'll pull out all the tricks she can to try to get Becky to give up. Becky, though, out, up, into her feet, and Bayley dropping a forearm in the corner as Becky You know, we probably expect to see more submissions from Becky than we do Bayley, but again, this is going to be a gameplay where they know each other's best and they know each other's biggest, and they have to try to pull out something different as Becky kicks out at 2 after a knee. Bayley is going to go off the ropes, and Becky catches her, coming back on the rebound with an arm drag. And now, how about little cattle mutilation? She's going to try to get Bayley to submit here. Becky pulling out new things in her arsenal here. Bayley, though, not going to submit here. Rolls back up to get the leverage in her favor. Elbow to Becky's side of the face as she's stunned for the moment, and then taking her down, delivering punches, and that's what Bayley wanted to do more than anything, just drop her down, unload strikes on her. And now Becky retreating, but Bayley not going to let it happen. She wants her up, and Bayley, oh, misses. Becky, no, Bayley with a counter, and these two knowing each other so well. Fireman's carrying over Becky back to her feet, and Bayley hooks her, looking for the suplex. Becky slips behind, got back on her feet, and Bayley counters with a roll-up, roll through, and cover, and Becky out at 2.5. And a sequence there where, like, it's just so difficult to try to get these two in a spot where they don't know what's going to be coming next. German suplex from Becky. She got behind and slipped through. Bayley rolls out of the ring and back up to the apron to catch her breath, but Becky there to meet her. Bayley responds with a punch to the top rope. Becky still on her feet, though. She meets Bayley at the top rope, and Becky climbing up with her, hooks the leg, and Bexploder off the top rope. Bayley in the center of the ring, into the cover, and Bayley is kicking out at 2. Becky pulling out a big one there to try to get Bayley to stay down. Not to be, though, as Bayley climbs up into the corner. Becky right there to apply the pressure. Springboard kick to the chest. Bayley falls out of the ring to the second rope. Becky now on the apron. She's there to meet Bayley right as she gets to her feet. A flying forearm, and back in familiar territory outside the ring, where she already sent her in the barricade once. Now maybe trying to do it again, but Bayley slips out, chop block. At least we'll slow Becky down for the moment, and now maybe it's her turn to pay. Her turn to take this punishment outside the ring into the barricade. And whipping her right back into it again. Back first. And to the ground, Becky tumbles. Bayley trying to get the most of it she can before having to get things back into the ring where she's going to go to the top rope. Maybe. Will it be an elbow drop? No, Becky back to her feet. She went for the crossbody and missed. Had to maybe recalculate there as Becky got to her feet. Bayley, though, counters the back suplex with a little headlock takeover. It's been exactly what you expect from two people who we know each other so well. Both of them to their feet. Becky chop after chop. Bayley, though, out of the way and delivering some of her own. It is just a chop fest now. Both of them just trying to bruise the other, to batter the other as they're going head to head. Becky and Bayley strikes. Bayley, though, with one punch to the face and a back suplex. Becky on the back of her neck and trying to just crawl maybe towards Lyra there, but Lyra's not going to do anything for you. Into the corner, Becky is going to be met with a little exploder as her legs bouncing off the turnbuckles, and to the top rope Bayley goes as Lyra moves out of the way, goes to the other side of the apron to let them battle it out. Becky rolls out of the way of the elbow drop and down into the disarmer. Bayley too far away from the ropes. Disarmer, but no, she couldn't get it fully in. Bayley immediately gets out of it. Never got it fully locked in. And down goes Becky. Bayley to belly into the cover. And Becky is out at 2. And Bayley now measuring, looking for the rose plant. No! Got her with the leg. Little elbow to the kneecap as Becky rolling up, rolling through. Power bomb! Becky showing a little bit of power here. Into the second rope. Looking for that leg drop, and she has it right across the throat of Bayley. Now it's Becky this time into the cover. Bayley dazed. Bayley out at 2. Both of them delivered some heavy shots, but not able to put each other down. Bayley outside on the apron, crawling back to her feet, using the ropes for help. Drop kick, but Bayley moves out of the way. Use it, maybe play it possible, but another back suplex. And both of them have been delivering the heaviest shots that they have to offer. Becky boot right to Bayley. And how about Bayley playing possum again, looking for a rose plant, but no, Becky back suplex. Had it countered. Quickly back up to her feet, looking for those leg drops, but no, Bayley out of the way of that one. Into the corner, no, Becky with the knees to the back. And look at this. Becky has her set with the rose plant. Using Bayley's own move against her. If you can't do it with your own stuff, take it from someone else. But no, Bayley out. Is Bayley kicking out of her own rose plant. And Becky now having to try to figure out what she does next. Misses the drop kick in the corner. And Bayley, look at this. Manhandle slam on Becky. If you can do it, I can do it too. And Becky at a 2. They've thrown each other shots at them. But what's it gonna take to put each other down for good as Bayley tosses Becky over the top rope right at Lyra's feet. Lyra just backs away. She just retreats from it as she doesn't seemingly want to get involved right now, which I guess good for Bayley, as, you know, that's exactly what Bayley wanted. And now Bayley with Becky in her grasp. How about off the barricade again? As it's been a couple of times with that, off the skull, right into the top of that padding, and now into the barricade shoulder first. Lyra just watching, just seeing what Bayley and Becky are doing to each other. And this is all sparked from Lyra, you know, them having ideas of how Lyra's future should be. Bayley to the top rope. And how did the turnbuckle's exposed? How'd the turnbuckle get exposed? It wasn't Bayley or Becky, but I think Becky recognizes it off the skull. That exposed turnbuckle into the roll up. How did the turnbuckle get exposed? And Bayley kicks out. It had to have been Lyra, and Becky is getting on a word with Lyra. I think she understands Lyra took the turnbuckle pad off when nobody was looking. And Bayley now wobbly back to her feet as Becky trying to maybe get some answers here. Bayley! Oh, how did Becky know? Lyra must have warned her. Lyra had to have warned Becky, or else she had eyes in the back of her head, which I don't think is true. Bayley right into the referee. And ref is down. Bayley, a boot to the face of Becky. I don't think she realizes what's going on right now. Bayley to belly into the center of the ring, but there's no ref. There's no ref to count it. Well, now what? You see Lyra, though. She's got a chair. Lyra has got a chair, and Bayley looking for a rose plant. Lyra's in the ring. Lyra with a chair to the back of Bayley. Oh, come on. And she drops the chair in the ring and leaves Becky and Bayley. Bayley, drop, manhandle slam on the chair. And Lyra, what are you doing? Tossing the ref back in the ring, turning her back to the crowd, to everybody. Count, Becky wins it. Come on. And Lyra might have had her mind successfully poisoned by Becky. She turns her back on Bayley. And backstage, we got some action here, and I think this is what Becky might have meant. She's taken out the tag team champions, alongside Lyra. Well, one half of those tag team champions, Alexa Bliss all by herself, no Charlotte in sight, and up on the shoulders of Lyra through the table power bomb. And Becky and Lyra leave Alexa laying. And after what Becky and Lyra did to Alexa last week, here we go this week. It looks like we're going to be set on a collision course for the tag team championships. Becky and Lyra are gunning for Charlotte and Alexa. Tonight, Lyra steps into the ring one-on-one with Charlotte. And Charlotte, after watching Alexa get powerbombed through a table and being picked on the way she was, Charlotte's going to want a little bit of revenge, a little bit of redemption. And I think if anybody's going to want to, stifle any championship hopes of Becky specifically, it's going to be Charlotte. Meanwhile, for the tag team champions, they had that successful title defense over Judgment Day. Alexa here out ringside for Charlotte's match. She wasn't going to miss it, but she certainly isn't 100% right now after going through a table last week and, also landing right on the concrete, getting drop kick face first into a door backstage. I mean, all of that's going to be pretty brutal to try to overcome, and Charlotte is now going to have to see if she can take out Lyra here. I mean, she's very familiar with Becky, obviously, and the tricks that she'll try to maybe put in the ears of Lyra. But Valkyria looking for maybe just a straight-up wrestling match here. Charlotte hesitant, but she'll take the bait here, push her up into the corner. Referee gonna want a clean break here, and Lyra is not gonna let it be so clean. Charlotte had her hands up. She was content with it being a respectful break here, but you can see Lyra out here taking these chops, but taking maybe the dirty road here, and that's definitely Becky's influence. Lyra, meanwhile, using her elite striking and getting some kicks off Lyra, not able to deliver that one. Charlotte tried to hit an early spear, but Lyra hops over as catching her with the suplex here over the head. As Lyra, though, you've seen early on with those kicks, she was targeting the knees of Charlotte. Charlotte has that knee brace on after a significant injury a couple of years ago. Drop kick off the second rope. Charlotte out of the way, though, and delivering a few chops. Charlotte throwing her off the ropes and duck down. Still got the hops in her as she's going to catch her. Caught, and Charlotte showing the power as well. With the fall away, slamming into a quick cover. Lyra is out at 2. Obviously not going to put her away that quickly, that easily. And Becky just watching on, maybe even studying, analyzing what Lyra's doing here, where she's making mistakes, where she is doing well, as Charlotte just delivering more chops into the corner. Crowd's loving it at least, but Lyra not so much. Now face first into the turnbuckle goes Charlotte, and Charlotte, she's taking some of her own medicine, one after another, right to the chest, and then follows it up. Back suplex, no! Charlotte counters into a bulldog. And into the corner, Charlotte is going to go with a little handspring. Clothesline misses. Lyra behind and sidewalks. Nope. Charlotte with that knee right to the face of Lyra, stuns her. And neck breaker. As she's going to have her into the pin again. Charlotte moving things slow and methodical at her preferred pace, where she could just take down Lyra little by little. Lyra, meanwhile, someone who wants to be quick strikes, quick attacks, quick everything. Charlotte with the boot, though. Lyra pulls her down into the cover, and that's going to be Charlotte into the small package out at 2. As Lyra back up to her feet, over towards the corner. Charlotte up, and Lyra measuring and putting a full force into that drop kick, but she misses. Charlotte, roll up, roll through, up, powerbomb position. Lyra adjusts herself, gets off, and delivers some punches. Charlotte goes for the big boot. Lyra ducks out of the way, and here come the strikes of Lyra. Forearm to the face, stuns her, and it ends a Guri. Lyra taking her time as she backs up into the corner, but Charlotte is ready for her. She's gonna go with the little handspring. Clothesline as Lyra tries to charge at her. Charlotte was ready, though, caught her this time, and into the pin. Charlotte gets the 2 count, but that is about all. Becky maybe trying to get involved. Now Charlotte ready for it, and Charlotte knows Becky better than even Bayley and everybody else does. She at least gets the distraction though for Lyra to get the roll up from behind. Down, shoulders, not gonna stay for a count of 3. But Becky at least accomplished her mission there of just getting the distraction. Lyra in control off the top rope. Charlotte catches her. Charlotte drops her face first and into the cover. Alexa lit there to watch it as Lyra down and kicking at it too. And Alexa frustrated. That could have been it. Charlotte though is going to see what else she can do. Becky, meanwhile, yeah, she's not messing around here. She's got a chair, and she's going around. She can't hit Charlotte with it, but she hits Alexa with it. That's not going to be a DQ. Alexa's not a part of the match. Charlotte helps out and takes out Becky for the moment to at least stop the onslaught that was going to be in Alexa's way. As out off the top rope. Lyra takes advantage of the crossbody to the outside, and Charlotte down. And again, Becky was able to create the distraction Lyra needed to the top rope this time. And Lyra drops the leg. Charlotte down. Alexa back up to her feet on the outside. Becky trying to crawl away as Lyra able to get just that 2 count though. As Charlotte back up to her feet. Lyra maybe going to look for the finish, though, up on her shoulders. Maybe looking for Nightwing as Charlotte elbows in the jaw, gets off, and back elbow. Charlotte catches her with the back elbow into the top rope. Charlotte, you know what she's going for here. Looking for that moon sault, but no, got the knees up. Charlotte lands right on the knees of Lyra, and a couple of kicks, and dropping the hailer into the back of the head. As now a little bit more on top of that overhead chop, kicks to the legs, and delivering that flurry of offense. One more kick to the jaw, caught her right on the jaw, maybe knocked her out. And Charlotte grabs the rope. Rope break at 2. That might have been able to do it. It's such an effective combo there. Is now up, looking maybe for Nightwing again, but no. Charlotte with a forearm to the face, and Charlotte with a clothesline over the top rope. As now up, over, and Lyra down on the floor. Charlotte getting back in control here. I mean, when Becky doesn't involve herself, it seems like Charlotte has it. But Becky just keeps on getting herself involved here. As to the top rope, Lyra back up to her feet though. Charlotte kicks her away, steadying herself, but Lyra's back there. Lyra kicked away again, and Charlotte at the top. Oh, she misses. Lyra out of the way, up on her shoulders, and now again, Charlotte able to escape. She has Nightwing scouted, and now natural selection. Meanwhile, on the outside, Becky's beating the hell out of Alexa, and the Charlotte of old wouldn't care. She'd go right for the pin, but the Charlotte nowadays, she actually cares about Alexa. She cares about her friend. She actually isn't all success driven. She's taken out Becky, and maybe there's a little extra motivation there to just get her hands on Becky as she's dragging her over to the barricade and bouncing her face first. As now refs trying to get them under control, get them back into the ring, as you can't have that match break down on the outside. Charlotte back in, Lyra down, playing possum into the cover, and Lyra got her caught, distracted by Becky and taking her out. Lyra steals the win. Lyra, and I mean the assist goes to Becky, and she played a pretty good distraction as Lyra. A very big win over Charlotte. here at Money in the Bank, to the surprise of nobody, Alexa and Charlotte have had not a single nice word to say about Becky, and there's been a lot of expressed disappointment in Lyra for daring to even be on the side of Becky, which is perceived as the wrong side of history by most people not named Becky. Regardless, though, Becky shares a lot of history, of course, with the two opponents tonight. First ever SmackDown Women's Champion, and had her title reign ended by Alexa, and was basically Alexa's coming out party, was taking on Becky and beating Becky. And then Becky got to catapult herself into superstardom, the hands of Charlotte taking her out, taking her down. And now Lyra, I mean, I guess if I had a nickel for every time a Irish women's wrestler catapulted themselves, or at least tried to catapult them into stardom by turning their back on a horsewoman at SummerSlam, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't very much, but it's weird that it's happened twice in the 7-year history of the Women's Tag Team Championship since they were introduced in 2019. The distinction of the shortest tag title run, well, it belongs to Lyra and Becky. They held the belts for a singular day, and that was when everything unraveled between the two. But I guess you can mend the fences and you can rebuild the bridge, as Lyra ready to take proper guidance from Becky. And you might be thinking, well, one day as tag team champions wasn't all that much, but it's still one day more than the title reign that she didn't even get to have with Bayley after chasing those belts for as long as they did. Lyra, this is her chance to get back on track and to try to finally capture gold for the first time in what has now been over a year. Meanwhile, for Charlotte and Alexa, I've said it before, I mean, I don't think it's going to be more satisfying for anyone other than Charlotte and Alexa specifically to make sure Becky doesn't add another championship to her resume. They could care less about Lyra. They could care less about potential manipulation, potential using, potential whatever the case is. They don't care about Lyra. They care about each other, and they care about a mutual disdain of Becky. It's nice to see, though, that Charlotte, much like Bayley in years, has grown up and grown into just being a respectable, respectful, nicer person who isn't, one to backstab and get her way to the top by any means necessary. It feels like Charlotte has matured later into her career. Bayley has matured later into her career, but Becky, she's not matured. She won't mature, it feels like. Becky immediately tags out so that she doesn't even have to deal with Charlotte. Lyra got to do the work here, as Lyra and Charlotte, after their match on Raw, Lyra getting the win, but under not so great circumstances. Charlotte definitely frustrated after that, as now into the corner, Lyra is going to have to feel the wrath of both Alexa and Charlotte. And how about a rare thing for Alexa? I don't think she's ever had to do a back body drop in her life, but hey, it's the type of stuff that Charlotte can help you out with, as Charlotte brings the size and the power. Alexa, scrappy and determined, as knee to the face and then front drop kick. Alexa taking her down and into the cover. Becky just watching from the outside, and I think Becky's very content on letting Lyra potentially do the majority of the work here. And Becky's going to pick her spots. Lyra, has been one of the workhorses in this division for the past year or two, as now Lyra delivering some strikes, and Alexa, well, she's got some fast fists in her repertoire. Not quite as fast as Lyra's kicks, as the German suplex allows Lyra to keep herself on top here. Throw her to the corner, and now Becky perfectly content getting in the ring. And now, when things are in control of her and Lyra, double team suplex. And Becky taking control now, as she's going to take the fight to Alexa. And I think, when I said it would be equally for Alexa and Charlotte satisfying to make sure that they can't let Becky win a championship, you think it wouldn't be more satisfying for Becky to take the belts off of both of them, as Becky takes her eyes off Alexa and takes her shoulder right to the gut of Charlotte, taunting her, teasing her, and taking every opportunity she can to get in the face of Charlotte. But Alexa, that's what happens when you take your eye off the ball, and that's been an issue with Becky. She has grown more bitter, more frustrated, more just annoying really, to put it plainly. And it's really resulted in her being less successful because she takes her eyes off the prize. It's what she did against AJ. Rather than putting her away at times, she taunted, she made fun of CM Punk, she made fun of AJ, she made fun of everybody and got in the referee's face, did everything except just win the dang match. And I think for Becky, she's got to focus up a little bit. If there's something Lyra can maybe teach Becky, is to just focus. As Charlotte finally getting her hands on Becky, so they're the two legal ones, Tornado DDT, and Charlotte drives her knee, that specific knee brace, right into the ribs of Becky. That's gotta hurt even more. And now the knee drop again with the brace. Charlotte, I mean, she uses the knee brace for obviously protection, but it's also a bit of an extra added weapon here, as Becky with the uppercut, now going with the leg drops, one after another, twisted and moosing. Charlotte, a back elbow. And I mean, we go and talk about two people knowing each other. I don't think anyone has fought each other more in this women's division than Becky and Charlotte over the course of history. They have fought dozens of times, big events, pay-per-views, Wrestlemania main events even, tag teams, singles, triple threats, and everything in between. Lyra tagged in as Becky. You can probably imagine the amount that Becky has put into the mind of Lyra of scouting Charlotte and making sure she has everything she needs, as Charlotte catches her with a big boot, but Lyra comes back at her. She drops Charlotte, and now in control. No, Charlotte with a kick to the back of the knee, maybe the hamstring there, as Charlotte has her up and drops her. As I think one thing Charlotte and Alexa are also trying to prove, if there's any care in them for, you know, Lyra's future, they want to prove that, hey, if you lose this match, if you, much like Bayley, aren't able to capture the tag team titles with Becky, I mean, will Becky stab you in the back? Will she turn the knife, as Alexa specifically said that that knife is coming to the back of her? Or will Lyra get the validation that she is seeking as she caught Alexa off the second rope and slams her Becky back in? Of course, Becky always calling herself to come back into the ring when things are firmly in the control of Lyra. She doesn't want to fight at a deficit here. She fights smart these days, as trying to snap the arm of Alexa. All I know is it's going to be just fascinating if Lyra can't get the job done here for her sake and, you know, for Becky's mental, Lyra's mental. I don't know what's going to happen if that is the case, as Becky tries to get a quick submission here, but Alexa doesn't let it get fully locked in, as she has Becky by the throat, sweeps the leg and drops her, as Alexa, no jawbreaker, Becky back to her feet, and Becky has her hooked in a fisherman suplex. Not going to go for the cover there, as she'll stop a potential tag, though, and a leg drop to the back of Alexa's head, back up to her feet, trying to get her to her side of the ring, and she does, and a little cheap shot from Lyra. Lyra getting a cheap shot in, and Becky with the leg drops, and taken down over the throat of Alexa. She had it whipped off the top rope, and then a leg drop, and then a second one, so she's probably struggling, gasping for air at this point. And in dangerous territory is Alexa. Lyra right there. And how about for good measure? Leg drop this time off the second rope. And Alexa gasping for air, but kicking out at 2. And you can definitely see that they have identified Alexa is, at least at this point in the match, the weaker one. And they're going to try to do everything they can to isolate her, as Becky will tag Lyra in. And headlock Lyra to the top rope, little stomp to the back, as Lyra now an elbow drop to that same spot, and she's focusing in, trying to drop her with a gut wrench, power bomb, cover, Alexa at 2. I mean, it's always been impressive with Lyra's power, and it's just been a matter of her trying to put it together as she goes and takes out Charlotte again. Her and Becky now trying to just isolate Alexa specifically, but it's never been a question of talent with Lyra. Maybe it's a confidence thing. Maybe it's just she needs to be steered on the right path. I don't know if Becky is ultimately the right path for her, but they're going to tag her back in here. And again, just absolutely taking it to Alexa. And she can't get any room to breathe here. Cut wrench, power bomb, and a pump handle suplex. They're attacking the ribs, attacking her. She's gonna have the wind knocked out of her at this point. And Becky, again, now it's her turn to take out Charlotte. Once again, isolating Alexa, tries to get a desperation. No, almost a desperation, Sister Abigail, but met with a boot to the face. Alexa tried to pull a fast one. It was maybe a home run shot, but she struck out, and now to the outside of the ring. Becky just putting on the pressure, up on the shoulders. To the barricade you go, as Becky's gonna ram her right into the barricade. Again, right on that area, like the middle of her back. And it's just, that has been a target now, as she is tossing her back into the ring. Charlotte back up on the apron again. Alexa in the worst way needs to get a tag in. Becky to the top rope, a little mollying around. And into the cover. Again, dropping Alexa. What kicks out. And credit to Alexa for sticking in this one. But Becky, now looking maybe, she was maybe looking for the manhandle slam, but into the Sister Abigail, she rolls through, and into a cover, and Alexa kicks out. Little sequence there, Becky, I think maybe going to the well one too many times here. She's going for another leg drop, and misses. Like I said, to the well one too many times. Becky though keeps up the pressure, has her up. Suplex, no. Alexa lands on her feet, and she's in a position. Tag, Charlotte. Charlotte finally hits. Spear. Spear on Becky. And Charlotte has been waiting to get into this match. Drop kick to Lyra. And Charlotte now taken out. Both Becky and Lyra to the top rope. Goes Charlotte. And off the top. Moonsault. Becky down. Lyra can't break it up, and Becky kicks out at 2. And Lyra was not going to be able to break it up, but Becky kicks out anyway. Charlotte, though, not done yet. She's going after Lyra as a chop. Another one, and Lyra not able to do much off into the barricade. And back into the ring. Becky waiting for her, though. And no, Charlotte snaps her, thrown off the top rope. Charlotte is on fire right now as she's trying to take advantage while she can, as she's going to have Becky up into the figure 4. Figure 4, trying to turn it into the figure 8. Lyra, she's trying to get her way back up to her feet, but she is going to watch Becky struggle. Becky struggling. Will it be a tap out? Lyra out of nowhere. Lyra came through the other way, got her, and broke up the submission. Now up on the shoulder, Charlotte. Not able to get dropped with the Nightwing as Charlotte. Up, now her turn. On the shoulders of Charlotte, as she's going to drop her face first. Becky coming out of nowhere now, and manhandle slam into the cover. Charlotte down, and Alexa breaks it up. Alexa just in time breaks it up. Lyra, meanwhile, back involved, taking out Alexa and trying to make sure that she can't break up another pin like that. Crossbody on the outside. Charlotte and Becky still in the ring. Charlotte dropping a forearm in the corner. Becky to the second rope. And measuring Charlotte, knowing she might be close to being done for here. And a forearm off the second rope, dodge out of the way, and immediately into natural selection. Natural selection, Becky down, cover, and Becky kicks out. Just so close. Meanwhile, outside the ring, Lyra trying to end Alexa as Charlotte gets involved. Charlotte stops it from happening and dropping her with the shin breaker. And Charlotte has had enough of this as she got her up on her shoulders and to the barricade where she's going to drop her face first. Charlotte absolutely saving Alexa, and not only that, Alexa back up on the apron. They got the numbers advantage. Alexa tagged in. Her turn now as she's getting her hands on Becky, unloading with strikes just one after another. It isn't pretty, but it's effective, and then whipping her right into her knee as she's measuring, looking for no! Sister Abigail she was looking for, but Becky got to do her with a German. Lyra quickly climbed back up into the apron and gets the tag in. Still feeling the effects of Charlotte stopping her on the outside of the ring, but she is got Alexa up. Nope, slips off Alexa off the shoulders and got Lyra where she wants her. It's swerving her leg. As now Alexa with a little insult to injury right in the center of the ring. Meanwhile, on the outside, Becky and Charlotte just can't get enough of fighting each other and beating the hell out of one another. Charlotte has Becky up, and she's looking to maybe powerbomb her. She's headed for the announce table. She wants to put Becky through it. But Becky off of her feet. And into the announce table goes Charlotte, as now they're fighting. Becky and Charlotte, over a decade of history, fighting on the top of the announce table. And Charlotte with the hook and the suplex off of the announce table. Crashing her on the floor, both are down. Alexa, meanwhile, in the ring, got her hooked on a pin, got her on the roll-up, and Alexa, no, count of two. Alexa almost had her, but Becky and Charlotte are down. It's just down to these two. Lyra ducks out of the way, has her up. Lyra on the shoulders, Nightwing, into the cover, and we have new champions. Lyra gets it done, and her and Becky take home the tag team titles. Becky and Charlotte took each other out and left it to a Lyra-Alexa duel in the ring. It had the potential to blow up in the face of Becky and Lyra, but for them it's validation. Lyra, again, couldn't capture the belts with Bayley after so many months, and in her first try with Becky, she does what she couldn't do for the past year, capture gold as they stand tall. It is time for Fatal 4-Way action. Becky has weaseled her way into a #1 contendership match for the world title, and I think it's a joke that she immediately parlayed, having the tag titles and having the victory at SummerSlam and Lyra by her side into being a contender for the world title. She didn't even bother waiting or even finishing business with the tag team championships. I think that's ridiculous, as Becky making her way to the ring. Oh, look who's back! Bayley taking out Becky, and Lyra now coming to the aid of Becky. It's a 2-on-1 now, and Bayley came out here fighting an uphill battle. Did she really come out here alone to do this, as Lyra tried to get Bayley out of her life? But here we go! AJ Lee! Fresh off of losing the Intercontinental title a few weeks back, AJ Lee is here to help Bayley and take out Becky and Lyra. AJ takes out Lyra. Odds are even, and now Becky is having to deal with Bayley. She deserves everything that's coming to her. Lyra does as well, and Lyra drop kick right to the chest from AJ. As AJ and Bayley, long history of being friends for a very, very long time, as AJ is going to have Lyra down. Shining Wizard! And down goes one, and pending the other one, Bayley beating the hell out of Becky. after what happened at SummerSlam. She nursed injury and she nursed maybe a bit of a broken heart after Lyra's actions, but she did not come without a plan as Becky into the steps again. And AJ's just letting Bayley have what she wants and having Becky all to herself, beating her all around the ring to the announce table, and Bayley just gonna bounce her head right off the table, and Bayley got her set. Rose planted Becky down, and Becky has just been taken out of this number one contenders match. Might be the final chance Bayley has to beat some sense into Lyra, because she's clearly tried talking sense into her. It hasn't worked. But Bayley has to realize that the person standing across from her in the ring tonight will not be a friend. It is somebody who just wants to succeed, even if it is at her expense. Luckily for Bayley, she called in a dang good partner tonight, as AJ Lee might have lost the Intercontinental title to Roxanne Perez a number of weeks ago, but AJ has got a pretty good record against Becky over the last couple of months, and if there's one person that can maybe have Becky's number and send her into a tailspin, it is AJ. There's one thing we absolutely don't have to question, it is the bond between AJ and Bayley, as while the rockiness of the Lyra Bayley friendship was clear, AJ has been a day one fan of Bayley, dating all the way back to 2015 and before that even, where Bayley had really taken a lot of inspiration from AJ, and AJ helped, form Bayley's early time in NXT, and they have had a close friendship ever since. Meanwhile, Becky here finally holding tag gold once again, and it's been already a lot longer than last time. Not a one-day title reign, but will it end on the first defense? Becky immediately tried to parlay her success in recent times into trying to grab a world title match. Becky was not able to do that. She was taken out of a number one contenders match by Bayley, who knows that if she captures the top title and if she's able to maintain more power and more control, she's only going to continue to hold and stifle the progress of the women's division as a whole. And that is something Bayley has pleaded with Lyra. Please, I understand you want to be selfish for once. I understand you want your own success, but don't have it come at the detriment of everybody else. There are other ways to do this. There are other ways to succeed. There are other things you could do. Don't sell out to Becky. Don't do this. But Lyra has all the reason in the world to believe that she's doing the right thing because she is a champion once again. And as this match gets underway, Bayley, Becky starting as Bayley and Lyra are going to have some tense moments when they eventually find themselves in the ring together. But we watched these two, Becky and Bayley, at SummerSlam give it everything that they had, and it wasn't a definitive finish here as Becky had to have a lot of help to win. It was the betrayal, but nothing is going to come from surprise tonight. Bayley knows what she's up against as they're trading covers, trading pins, and Becky 2 count on Bayley as Becky immediately obsessed with AJ again, but AJ, the one person who just has a response for everything Becky has, as Becky able to get away from Bayley for a moment, has her up, butterfly, no, not a suplex, Bayley lands on her feet, and has her with the shin breaker and dragon screw, as AJ tags in, and AJ has beaten Becky a number of times. If you remember the mixed tag match with Seth and Punk, if you remember War Games, if you remember Elimination Chamber and WrestleMania, AJ is 4-0 against Becky in all forms of competition. And Becky wants no part of AJ, immediately tags out the first chance that she gets. And AJ playing possum a little bit as she gets Lyra in for the pin. Lyra and AJ never faced off in the ring before, but Lyra obviously once again has probably received a lot of info from Becky, a lot of scouting on how to dismantle her, but I mean, I don't know if Becky's the most reliable source considering she's never beaten AJ, as Lyra into the cover after the drop kick in the corner, and AJ kicks out at 2. So Becky obviously wants no part of AJ, but I am curious, is Lyra or Bayley going to shy away from one another? Will any hesitation exist between the two as Lyra taking AJ into the corner and off the turnbuckle? Becky getting the tag in, and right again, just like against Charlotte and Alexa, Becky only wanting to tag in when it serves her best, but AJ able to get off the shoulders of Becky and get her stun, kick to the gut. Becky counters German, and right on the back of the head, Becky immediately tags her right back out. Lyra, hey, you got to do the work here, as she's going to be leaning on you, and I think you can immediately tell how unfair maybe it is that Lyra has to do the heavy lifting in the tag matches, as Becky is only going to, come in when it serves her right, whereas Lyra's doing all the heavy work, all the heavy lifting, but I guess the results are only thing that really is focused on because Lyra's got the belts. Bayley tagged in, and Bayley is going to drop the elbow, and no hesitancy from Bayley at least. We'll see if Lyra hesitates at all, or if she's going to be stone cold to Bayley and have no remorse in her. But Bayley, I think she's taking her word seriously. She wasn't able to talk sense into Lyra. She's just going to beat some sense into her. Off the second rope and into the cover. Lyra kicks out at 2. And Bayley going to have to do a lot more than that, but it's been pretty effective tag team work on both sides. Some frequent tags and into the corner again. Bayley gets AJ in, and Bayley, you can definitely see also a lot more focused, a lot more prepared. Maybe she took some of Lyra's words to heart from a few months ago where she said she wasn't taking things seriously enough. She wasn't giving it her all. She was focusing too much on other stuff. And maybe that really did get to Bayley a little bit where she said, yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe I do need to focus in a little bit more. And maybe it's too late to fix this, but I can still make things better going forward. If she can't fix the relationship between her and Lyra, she can at least, do more for her own career and make sure other relationships that she has in and out of the ring don't fall apart. Like one, for example, with AJ, who's going to the top rope, but Becky's there, tossing her off, and Becky creating an advantage as Lyra is going to take advantage, single leg crab, and AJ being contorted near the ropes. Lyra cinches it in, sits down on it, and AJ grabs the leg, gets free, and able to come out with a crucifix into the cover, not able to touch the ropes, gotta kick out, and she does. I have to realize just how much is on the line here. Becky refused to put the titles on the line unless AJ and Bayley put something on the line. Her stipulation, her wants is just Bayley and AJ gone off her show. And I think there's a number of reasons for that. Obviously, not wanting to deal with AJ and losing to her again. But I think also she specifically wants Bayley gone because Bayley knows kind of the truth here as Bayley having to watch AJ get dropped. And Becky into the pin. AJ down and a kick out. But Becky has finally gotten herself back into the match and able to take it to AJ a little bit. It just feels like, you know, everybody's got that one person in their career that they just cannot overcome. They can't figure it out, no matter what it is. I mean, you know, the history of like Io Rhea, for example. Rhea can't beat Io. It's just that one person. And for Becky, it just feels like that one person is AJ. But Bayley now gets the tag in. She wants some of Becky. And knee into the corner, has her up and hooks her with the suplex to the center of the ring. And into the cover, far away from a tag, as Becky down and kicking out at 2, as Bayley now is going to have herself going to the top rope. Becky getting it back to her feet. She gets up a little quicker than maybe she anticipated, and Bayley fights her off. Bayley off the top, no, Becky out of the way, and Becky has got out of the way of the axe handle, and I think now Becky, you know, she loves taking her opportunity to say, hey, if you mess up, I'll do what you tried to do better. Off the top, and no, Bayley catches her. Bayley to belly. Off the top, and Becky is kicking out at 2. And Becky let her ego get the better of her there. Bayley missed an axe handle off the top, and Becky said, you know what, I'll do that. And she got caught in the Bayley to belly. AJ tagged back in, and AJ now with Becky exactly where she wants her. How about going off the ropes, coming back, spinning kick to the side of the face. Down is Becky, but she is not knocked out. And a kick out. AJ now going for more as she tried to deliver the knee, but no, not going to happen. As AJ delivered a punch, a kick, but Becky responding with strikes of her own. Just 2 going at it. They have such hatred for one another. As a drop kick front of the chest of Becky, and some more punches raining down. AJ's offense, it ain't pretty. It's a little sloppy. It's a little disjointed at times, but it is effective and it is emotional. Becky into the corner as AJ taking a page out of Punk's book with a high knee in the corner. Becky, though, catches her and a back suplex. Not able to go for the bulldog. Following up, and Becky out gets the kick out at 2. AJ crawling away, but nice job from Becky to have that scouted. As AJ in the corner now gets the boot up, and now kick to the gut, looking for the Shining Wizard, but Becky blocks the knee and has her caught, hooked, back exploder. And Becky into the cover again, off the back exploder this time, and ref got him down for the 2 count again. And Becky's got to try to avoid frustration. She's trying to get this monkey off her back of beating AJ. It's just not been something she's been able to do. Up and no, trying to go for the manhandle slam, but AJ turns it into a cover. AJ, no. Becky counters into a cover of her own. AJ, nope. She rolls through, and Becky down again. Shoulders down, kick out. AJ immediately rushes over to get to the tag, where Bayley, a lot more fresh right now, as Becky back on her feet and taken down immediately by Bayley. Becky comes back, though. She's been in the ring for a little while, and she's going to try to get out of there while she can. Drives Bayley into the corner. Tag, and Lyra legal to the top rope, Bayley, and they got some dangerous intentions here. I want a double back suplex off the top rope. And now Lyra outside of the ring, she goes. Becky, rare appearance on the top rope. She knocked AJ off the apron, but she's not able to get anything else from it. AJ throws her towards the barricade, and Becky, I mean, it feels like she has that just recklessness, really, is all the way you can describe it with AJ, where she doesn't think rationally. She is pretty smart, she's pretty strategic, but when it comes to AJ, she's just in her head. Meanwhile, Lyra to the top rope, measuring Bayley as she is not aware of Becky being down on the outside. Bayley catches her, and Bayley, power bomb, stacks her up. No one to save Lyra, and she kicks out at 2. And almost there, a nice job from Bayley as now she's measuring, looking for Rose Plant, has her hooked, but it's a counter from Lyra, gets her to submission. She had it countered, and Lyra just trying to rip the shoulder blades out the socket, and Bayley gets out. Lyra has her up on her shoulders, looking for Nightwing, but Bayley just the elbows to the jaw, and Bayley going for Bayley to belly, and falls on her into the cover. Bayley for the win. No, Lyra last second kicks out. So close for Bayley, and Becky right back up, and Becky a cheap shot to Bayley, and AJ's had enough. She hates the cheap shots, and Becky, all she does is just cheap shot after cheap shot, and AJ, she is not going to take it lying down as she tosses Becky over towards the barricade again. Becky's willingness to bend the rules, just a huge frustration for all of her opponents, as into the barricade this time hard. And Bayley's gonna join in on the fun while Lyra's down in the ring. And we've seen this happen before, where Bayley and others, or whoever the opponent is, you know, lets themselves get distracted, and Lyra waiting for her. Lyra up, and no, not this time. Nightwing, she's gonna be able to counter it. Bayley tags. Bayley, they have a 2-on-1 now. They have a 2-on-1 arm drag. Lyra just gets her away, and now Bayley 2-on-1. They're bending the rules maybe a little bit. They have a couple of seconds, but Bayley up on the shoulders. Lyra, Nightwing, but Bayley's not legal. Bayley not legal, and Nightwing taking her out, and Lyra tossing Bayley out like she's a pile of trash, and AJ sneaking up on her. She may have dealt with Bayley, but now you gotta deal with the Black Widow, and she's all alone in the ring. Can she escape? Bayley down, Becky down, and Lyra's having her arm being ripped off, but she's got the power to get out of it. Lyra escapes the Black Widow and has her up, but AJ slips off the shoulders, kick to the gut, looking for her. Oh, look at the power! Look at the power of Lyra! Oh, Lyra to the center of the ring, muscles her. Nightwing, center of the ring, and AJ Lee pinned by Lyra Valkyria. She just did in one night what Becky hasn't been able to do in almost a year, and that is beat AJ. As Bayley, AJ, gone from Raw, Lyra and Becky, still your tag champs. Action backstage in the parking lot, as as Io is being jumped by Becky and Lyra. She's able to handle Becky for the moment, but Lyra, I guess, listening to Becky, who said, hey, you want to soften her up for me? Well, she's doing just that. Lyra sends her face first into that garage door, and Io, not prepared for the 2-on-1. Landing right on that concrete, and look who's back to pick the bones. Becky has got Io right into the guardrail. She's moving her, tossing her right into it. Ridiculous. And Becky just wants Io to crawl back to her feet just so she can drop her again right on the pavement. And the exploder. Io down. Becky sets her sights on the world title. It's another week and another attack. Io backstage. This time she's getting the upper hand here. Becky, she sent Lyra after her, and Io is able to maybe hold her own for the time being, but no, right into the railing. And Io just being assaulted each and every week now until that title match is made, as Io, no, not able to take her out with the kick, as right into the guardrail. No, they're at least battling. They're teetering their right around the edge as Io tosses her this time. And Becky coming out of nowhere. Boot to the face of Io. Just couldn't let it be a fair fight. Io took out Lyra, and now she's got to deal with Becky. What do you got to do to get a fair fight with these two? As Becky just intent on being a perpetual line skipper, as she's dragging Io off to a secluded part, tossing her into the crates. And how about for good measure, Io wobbling back to her feet and dropping the manhandle slam once again. And this week, Io seemingly has at least something to say, but she can't even get a word off. As Lyra sicked on her again. And here's Becky. This is ridiculous. 3 weeks in a row. 3 weeks in a row. As you're going to get your title match, but you're just trying to continue to just beat the hell out of Io. And now Lyra measuring, looking to drop her, put her away, and Lyra, oh, you better watch out! We got help on the way! Rhea Ripley's here! Rhea takes out Lyra. You messed up one too many times. If it's a fight you're looking for, Rhea's gonna give it to you, as one after another just dropping Lyra, dropping Rhea, but eventually the numbers game's gonna get too much, is it? Rhea taking advantage, but no, as it's right back to just Becky and Lyra teaming up, dropping Rhea. And Io's back in the fight, though. Io back in. Arm drag. Rhea back in the ring as well. As Io, Becky coming to blows. And finally, Io and Becky one-on-one as Rhea's taking Lyra out. Becky over the top rope. And Becky, she's about to be dropped on the floor. Power bomb. Sunset flip. Meanwhile, in the ring, Lyra, all alone, abandoned. Becky is scrambling away, leaving her to take a riptide, and then falling up and over the moonsault. Rhea, Io stand tall. before we can even get in-ring action here for Survivor Series. Look what's going on in the parking lot before the show even starts. Come on! Rhea being beaten up and jumped by Becky and Lyra. All Rhea tried to do was even the odds, and now Becky and Lyra taking her out right into a car. Right into it, and now Lyra's turn with Rhea up and into the dumpster. As now it's looking like Io is going to have to go it alone at Survivor Series. You seen what happened earlier on? Before even the show started, it was the pre-show. Rhea just arrives to the building, and Becky and Lyra are there to jump her to make sure that she can't be in Io's corner. And Becky now on the quest to get a second championship over her shoulder, as she is already one half of the tag team champions. And Lyra here to ensure that it happens. As Io has been beaten up time after time, there's no way she could be 100% going into this match with all the attacks that she has suffered. Rhea maybe showed up a little too late to save her, and now Becky has got the full advantage. She's got the numbers, she is 100%, whereas Io might not be, and she's got everything going her way here. Survivor Series, Becky and Io, their first big singles match on a big premium show. They fought before in tag action, you know, when Becky had her old run-ins with Damage Control, but never in a big world title singles match have these two ever gone head-to-head. It's a bit of redemption for Io as well in a sense this year after missing out on Wrestlemania and having a real downturn in her career, playing basically sidekick to Rhea. Rhea left for SmackDown temporarily, and Io has really rectified the wrongs that were of earlier this year. She's captured the world title, and she has been on a roll, and she is now not looking to have it end anytime soon and relinquish power at the top of this women's division to Becky of all people, as Io was set to defend the world title. It's a stark difference in this match where Becky has, you know, ran into a lot of old rivals, a lot of old former friends, former enemies, where she has known them well. This is an instance where these two don't know each other all that well relative to the Baileys and the Charlottes of the world. Becky immediately pushing Io into the corner, and not a clean break, as if you were going to get that from Becky. But I think if there's anyone who could maybe enforce a little bit of law here, Jessica Carr, the referee, someone Becky's had a lot of issues with in the past, with her, what she would accuse to be biased refereeing, but I think it's very much not biased as Becky. They already are spilling to the outside of the ring here, and Dragon Screw on the outside, and a little leg snap. Io onto the apron, she is climbing, Becky holding her knee, but Io measuring as soon as Becky's up. No, moonsault, she tried it early on, and she just might have cracked a rib immediately in this match, and now into the steel steps. Oh my goodness, it's the worst way you could start a match, is just flattening yourself like that. And now into the steps, into the ring. Becky, if Io wasn't hurt already going into this match, she's dang sure going to be hurt now. And into the cover, will it be an early finish? Io kicks out. But you think Becky doesn't have an issue with the claims that everybody around her says Io is the best in the world, is the best women's wrestler, maybe even ever, when Becky has gone around not only saying that she herself is calling herself the greatest of all time, but, you know, other people are saying it too, according to her. And I mean, I think she's going to probably take a lot of issue with the labels that have been handed to Io when she still feels like she is the best in the world, as she still feels like she deserves the respect, as she is just absolutely trying to attack the arm of Io, and now kick Io back up to her feet, but then she is met with a forearm, and Becky tosses Io into the corner, and Becky, and you can maybe see what the strategy is here, attacking the arm again. And, I mean, she has put many people away with the disarmer, and she maybe is going to look to do it with Io. She slams her face first into the turnbuckle, and Io kicks at it too. But Io has said she maybe cracked a rib, and now she's going to have some issues with her arms. I mean, Becky is going to systematically just try to dismantle Io in every way that she can, as Becky, while Io's on the apron, she is able to deliver a little shoulder to the gut and springboard, drop kick. Yeah, maybe attacking the arms, but Io still gonna use her feet and her legs to fly as into the cover. Kick out. Io has got to do the most that she can to try to hit the big shots while she has the chance to take them. I think this is maybe a little bit more of a sprint than a marathon with the state that Io is in. As Io measuring Becky in the corner and going through, but no, Becky drops the knee in the face. And then a kick to the back for good measure. Io, you can already see maybe a little bit of a bruise forming there. And now how about trying to ground Io, four-legged clover, and the leg submission. If Io can't fly, then I don't know what she can do. As at the submission, Io not able to grab the ropes, but she's able to eventually roll out, punch to the face of Becky to at least slow down this assault. It's been everywhere on the body, the legs, the arms, the ribs. And speaking of the ribs, Io with double knees of the ribs and a cover on Becky. Cover from Io, and a lot more covers here, a lot more deliberate stuff as Io is maybe being forced to wrestle in a way that she doesn't fully want to. She wants to fly, but Becky grounding her again. And she got her leg caught on the ropes there. Pump handle, suplex. And Becky, good game plan though. She is making Io wrestle a match she don't want to wrestle. Grounded and staying on the ground. She's got another submission in. Trying to rip the arm off of Io. As Io rolls out and roll through. Double foot stomp right to the chest. Io's going to try to pick up the pace when she can, but not when Lyra's trying to move the turnbuckle pad off. Io was right there ready for it though. She has that fully scouted. She knows the tricks that are coming. How about just dropping Lyra on the outside? But we'll have to get that turnbuckle pad to return as a springboard dropkick. She went for it again. Becky out of the way. Becky very well aware of the circumstances right now with the turnbuckle pad off. She has her up for a powerbomb, but Io slides back down, cover, and try to steal it, but no. Quick kick out and roll through into her own cover. Io two, but rolls it back and into the cover again. Becky down, kick out at two. Roll it back up to her feet, and Io goes for the leg. Dragon Scregenza, I mean, just trying to get Becky maybe targeting her legs, targeting her in whatever way that she can. As sitting down the corner, Io is wanting to put her down with the meteor, the bullet train, and step it over her. And Io turn around into the cover. Maybe, she usually goes for the moonsault after that, but maybe a bit hesitant with the, attacks to her as Io, well, it's a kick out at two, but Io is going to have to really adjust her style here. I mean, it's one of the reasons she is one of the best in the world. It's a kick right to the side of the face. And now she's calling for it. How about a moonsault? She's going to head to the top rope. And Io, still nimble as ever, but Becky back to her feet. And Io kicks her away. Becky is not going to allow herself to be caught as Io trio, but she got out of it. Nice kick. As I thought Becky had her in position for whatever she wanted, but Io looks like she's the one in control. Oh, she tried to get her up, but no clothesline. And Becky just had it. As you can see over there, the turnbuckle pad returned to its, what it was supposed to be, as looking for a little double underhook. Io up on the shoulders, and Becky counters the counter into a powerbomb. Really impressive. Becky dropping her for a 2 count. But Jessica Carr right on the spot here. Got the turnbuckle pad where it needed to be. And now to the top rope goes Becky, as he already had one of her tricks thwarted. Io, though, meeting her there. Io, she may not be 100%, but she is still going to meet you at the top and prove that she can fly, and she can go with a Spanish fly. Becky down and into the cover. Io is not going to have it. Becky kicks out, and now Io, how about one more, as she measuring And looking to pull the trigger on Becky. Bullet train. And no, she ran right into the disarmer. Ran right into it. And Becky trying to rip the arm off. She's already gone after the arm a couple of times in the match. But can she get the tab? Can she get it? Ew. No. Pushes her off and out of the way as Io now looking for a double underhook. The arm good enough to lift and drop her. Back breaker. You thought maybe the arm was going to play a factor there. She's still able to muscle her up and into the cover. Becky kicking out. And Io knows it's going to take more than that, and she's going to try to do just that to the top rope, looking for the moonsault this time. Becky still down, and no, knees up, Io stunned, looking for the manhandle slam, rolls through, up, stop, Becky rolls away, Io back to her feet, oh, there she got him, she caught her, manhandle slam, center of the ring, cover, and a new champion, no, Io out at 2, Becky staying on the attack though, going for it again maybe. Io is hooked for, no, she went for the back exploder, but she turns it into a small package. Io trying to steal it, escape, no, turns it over. Io pinned, Io's shoulders down, no, back and forth, as Becky kicks out at 2. Io trying to follow it up, and she's just made her palm strikes one after another. And Hurricanrana towards the corner, and Io is caught with another pin. Becky just keeping her grounded, keeping her down, but not for a 3. Io, meanwhile, is going to have her kick to the gut, spinning and kicking her in the face, and Becky stunned, Becky down to the top rope, looking for a third time's the charm, over the moonsault cover, 2, oh, Lyra, oh, come on, Lyra just took out the referee. There's no 3 count. Lyra took her out. And Lyra just was trying to hand Becky the title suplex. No, do not do this. Becky's going outside the ring. She's got the women's world title. She's got the title. And Lyra has her set up in the ring. And Io, she doesn't know where she's at. And Lyra has her set title shot to the face. This is ridiculous. As Io is knocked out. Becky's getting to the cover. Tossing Jessica Carr back in the ring. He's going to steal the title. Or not. Or maybe not. Look who's back. They might have tried to take her out a few hours ago, but she's not going to stay down. Becky, she's signaling to Lyra. She's sending her after. Jessica Carr still down. Referee still down. Lyra going after Rhea, and she's met with a headbutt. Rhea is mad, and Rhea is taking out Lyra, and maybe her plans have just gone up in smoke as Rhea has her up at the razor's edge onto the ramp. And Rhea just destroyed her, tossing her away, and just trying to make sure that this is the one-on-one fight she promised Io, as she's taking her further and further away up the ramp and to the stage, as Rhea tosses her right into the LED board as she stumbles down right in front of it. And now it's just Rhea tossing her face first. And how about for good measure, has her hooked, ripped tied on the stage. Lyra's done. And you got your one-on-one, but is it too late? As Rhea, I don't think she's done yet. Io's still down. Ref is still down. Becky, though. Where's Becky? She's got a chair. She just flung it at Rhea's face. Oh, my goodness. Rhea just taking out a chair. And Rhea is just disrupting Becky's plan, and Becky's having none of it. Becky has to take out Rhea because now she's the one in the 2-on-1 deficit. How does it feel to be on the other side of it? Exploder! As Becky now trying to capitalize while she can. Io back up! Takes out Becky! Io got enough time blocked by Rhea to the top rope for the finish over the moonsault. Jessica Carr into the cover. She's back up. And the cover. Becky is still Io Sky has retained the title, and Becky and Lyra thought they had the perfect plan, but Rhea spoils it, and Io is still the world champ. Chaotic start here to Raw after Survivor Series. Io and Lyra going at it, and this time things have turned around as it's not Becky and it's not Lyra getting the jump anymore. It's Rhea and Io taking it to the two of them. Io retained her title, and now they are still not done. Rhea's mad after all the weeks of attacks on Io and the attack in the parking lot at Survivor Series. Io, obviously, she may have retained her title, but she still wants to get her hands on Lyra too, as they got tossed right into the stage of the LED board. Both of them dropped. Io, Rhea want more. It's a super stacked main event on Monday Night Raw. Io, Rhea teaming up for the first time in a number of months to challenge for the tag team championships and a chance to make Io Sky a double champion, as Io, Rhea have had their issues with Becky and Lyra for sure, but this is their opportunity to make sure that they have nothing by the end of things. Io, meanwhile, I mean, there was a little bit of a talk there for a moment between Becky and Lyra last week. Well, Lyra maybe says, well, you had your turn. Maybe I should get a shot. And Becky said, no, well, I should get the shot because, you know, obviously Becky isn't going to relinquish a world title match. But Io, you know, maybe cutting them off. She wants Becky. And the fact that she wants her straight in Hell in a Cell one-on-one is a testament to just how much on the nerves that these two have gotten, especially Becky, of Io, to the point where she'll say, hey, no Rhea, no Lyra, no nothing, just give me you in a cell and let's go and battle for the world title. I do think, for as much as we hate to give her some credit, though, the fact that you're able to, you know, extract something out of this tag team title match and get another shot at Io in the world title just in exchange for this tag title match, I mean, for Becky, it's a pretty good deal. It's a pretty good trade. Maybe it kind of stinks for Lyra, though, because she could leave tonight with no tag title, and she gets nothing for it. And this isn't the first time that Becky has tried to immediately brush off the tag titles and say, hey, let me get a world title match. She's already done it once before, and now she's doing it again. But Lyra seems to still have it in her head that this is all, you know, better than where she was, and this is all still, you know, taking her to the top as well, even if it is a lot more heavily favored and sided towards Becky getting the majority of the opportunities here. But for Becky, I mean, hey, everything could turn out great for her if she walks out tonight with the tag belts, walks out of Crown Jewel with the world title, gets to be Becky 2 belts one more time. For these four, they're pushing all the chips to the center of the table. Tag titles, world titles. Somebody could walk out with everything within a few weeks' time, or they could be left with nothing. So let's get into this massive main event, one of the biggest women's tag title matches maybe ever, at least on paper, as Io and Lyra start things off. And the message is clear from Becky to Lyra. It's time to soften Lyra up for that Hell in a Cell match. Lyra has already been given that task, and Becky, I think, seems, based on everything that I've seen, more focused on making sure that Io is walking into Hell in a Cell less than 100%, just like she did at Survivor Series, as Io crawl into the corner there where Rhea is sitting there just waiting, not going to tag herself in. Drop kick to the back, and Lyra, drop kick. This time she missed this one, and Io, just a stiff forearm to the face. That's some palm strikes. And Io, maybe, this isn't a smart idea on both sides, really, for Becky and Io to take a match just so close to Hell in a Cell, but at least for Becky, she's going to try to play it strategically. You don't accuse Io of being a strategist, you accuse her of being a high flyer, a reckless person at times, where she will fly high and put her body on the line to do incredible things, as Rhea tagged in and throwing herself at Rhea, caught. Lyra dropped with a knee right to the ribs, and Rhea, the power of her, that's a boot in the corner, just taking her head off, as Rhea, I think Becky especially wants no part of Rhea, just muscling Lyra down in a slam cover, and Lyra out at 2. But Becky has also made it pretty clear that she doesn't want to fight for free. She doesn't fight without incentive. Throughout the last couple of months, she's a prize fighter these days, and she's yet to even be in this match. Another tag to Io, and a double team. Io got her caught. Boot to the face from Rhea. And Io, how about dropping the knees right on her gut, and a cover. Io has her down, and another 2 count. Becky still not in this match early on. Io gonna go with the Meteor off the ropes. And now a kick to the back. She's taking out her frustrations, and Lyra back up to her feet. Lyra with a strike. How about a nice kick there? Rocking Io for a moment. And then again, the combo's going. Tornado right at a kick. And she just gets to go so fast. Finally, Becky in. And Becky, we'll see what her strategy is immediately in the big offense. How about an exploder? Suplex and drop it, Io. As Becky got her to the cover, and a kick out from Io. These two had, I thought, a pretty nice match at Survivor Series, though Io got the win. There was a lot of shenanigans involved as well, but Io came out on top as it's an uppercut from Becky, who is, look at this, drop the elbow now, and just trying to once again have the strategy of keeping Io away from the high-flying districts. This is how you wrestle someone like Io effectively and smartly, as another submission, just like she did at Survivor Series, but Io, a little bit more prepared this time, got her caught with those palm strikes, and Becky catches that boot and gets her with the little dragon screw, and another submission here, just trying to wear Io out. It seems like that's going to be Becky's only mission here. Just grind Io down, as Io foot stomp. Becky rolls out of the way and has her up with the pump handle suplex, tossing her over, as Becky's been in control actually up until this point. And how about again, third time's the charm, submission applied, every part of Io's body being twisted and contorted throughout the last couple of minutes. It's the arm, it's the ribs, it's the legs, it's everything. And now Io escaping the submission. How about some offense from Io? Hurricanrana, tossing Becky close to her own corner and tagging Rhea in. In comes Rhea, and she's gonna want to pace up Becky. Just immediately takes her down. Takedown spear almost variant there, is into the corner, and shoulder right to the gut again. Rhea not gonna let herself have that pace slowed down. She's just gonna keep the attack going on Becky, as maybe Rhea has the power to make sure that Becky can't wrestle the way that she wants to wrestle Io, and she's not going to be able to wrestle Io the same way she wrestles Rhea. It's what makes Rhea and Io such an amazing team. They're just such a contrast to styles, but it's so complementary, and you can't take them both on the same way. As Rhea into the cover, Becky kicks at it too, and Rhea is firmly in control now, up in the center of the ring, as she's going to have her up for the razors. And no, she's got her up on her shoulders now, but Becky escapes. Becky hooks her, Bexploder. And Becky immediately takes the opportunity, creates some distance before coming back in. Tilt-a-whirl slam. Rhea just plants her now, unloading strikes, unloading punches, as Io is not the only one with issues with Becky. I mean, Rhea and Becky faced off at Wrestlemania once upon a time. They've had their issues before, and they haven't encountered each other in quite a while, but the hatred is still there, as now they're trading strikes and a headbutt. Drops her, and Becky, I think she wants out of this match now. I think she's going to try to get out of here. Rhea hits an elbow to the gut. Becky, boot to the face. And yeah, she takes the opportunity immediately, ducks out, and in comes Lyra going for moonsault, and a standing moonsault. Is just going to have Rhea back up to her feet, and a kick. Oh my goodness, she caught her with that one. And into the cover. Those kicks are just so nasty. And a kick out from Rhea. So Lyra frustrated a little bit, but that, you know, that's a shot that can knock out somebody. She's won off that before. She's knocked somebody clean out. As Rhea back up to her feet, Lyra in the corner, stalking her right into a headbutt. Rhea hard-headed and into the cover. Talking about knocking somebody out. Lyra's eyes were closed. It looked like she was knocked out for a moment, but she kicks at it too. And getting Io back in the ring, and a tag as Io is going to head up towards the ropes and whip Lyra off, handspring back, flip, and drop kick. Io keeps up to a finish. She's got the energy here. As into the corner goes Lyra, trying to get some separation. Io is got a drop kick and just nailed that one. As how about another one to the side of the head, but she rolls out of the way. Lyra getting out of the way. And slow get up from Io, but she counters. Kick, caught, right to the hamstring. Io fights back with a punch though. And now the two battling it out of the center of the ring. Out of the Lyra crash. And Io planting her. Lyra rolls him back up to her feet, but now Io with a German suplex into the bridge. Cover. Io, just a flurry of impressive offense. And it's just what she does. She's just so good. She does everything you want in that ring. As Io countered here, dropped down. Lyra goes over, and she's just picking up that momentum so she can drop her. A little hip toss, and Io is going to tag out. And here comes Rhea. Rhea, boot. And every time Rhea comes in, it's just that burst of energy. And like, she just comes out here, all guns blazing, 100 miles an hour. She tried to kick in the corner again. Lyra, though, out of the way. And Lyra up on the shoulders. But Rhea slips off. And Rhea now has her up. And walking her towards the middle of the ring with a little slam onto the second rope goes Rhea. Measuring. And Lyra back up to her feet, taking her time, and a drop kick misses and tagging in Becky while Rhea is a little stunned, and Becky has got her hooked. Suplex, and down goes Rhea. They have the advantage for now. They're going to try to keep it, but no! She got a little greedy with a cheap shot try, and instead Rhea's going to be able to take advantage, but Becky lands on her feet off the back suplex and has her hooked for the Bexploder. No! Rhea counters, flips her over, but Becky, you can see the first thing she tried to do was just get a shot on Io. She just wants to hurt Io. She doesn't really care about Rhea. She can't be bothered because Rhea doesn't have what she wants. Io has the world title. As Rhea, though, is going to try to hit her in that Prism Trap submission. And she's got it in. She's got it in. Rhea doesn't get that tap. Becky escapes. And right in front of Io, the chop blocked. And kick to the side of the head. Tagging in Io now. As Becky trying to crawl away. Io gonna let it happen, it feels like. Io, tag! Lyra is in, but Io waiting for it! Drop kick! Off the ropes, she ran right into it. And I don't think Io cares who's in the ring, Becky or Lyra. She hits the bullet train and step it over her, going to the top rope, looking for the moonsault. Got her in position, but Becky is going to shove her off the ropes and giving Lyra the advantage here. Got her hooked, fisherman, buster. Drop her on the back of her neck, into the cover. And Lyra has her down, but not for 3. Kick out, but Becky again creating the advantage, and now she's going to get the tag back in. Becky has Io down exactly where she wants her. She's going to hook her for disarmor! Disarmor going back to that arm! She's been trying to whittle down that arm for, weeks now, and it's going to be Io escaping. Io is going to hook her, double under hook, and got her down! As Io persevering, despite all the different just assaults on her arms by Becky throughout the weeks. She's going to get a little sunset, flip, power bomb to the outside. And she has had no problem just dropping Becky on the back of her head. But Becky now, as she gets back to her face, man with a suicide dive, diving through the ropes. Io has everybody on her side. She's got the momentum. She's got her back into the ring. Io to the apron, she climbs, and measuring Becky, maybe looking for that drop kick on her this time. She hit it on Lyra earlier, and spring board, and Becky moves out of the way, and just narrowly avoids it, and looking for the manhandle slam. No, Io counters with a strike. How about a submission for Io? Io, the Koji clutch. You think you can the only one to put in submissions, but Lyra immediately is there to break things up, and Lyra immediately met by Io with a couple of palm strikes and a clothesline. Down goes Lyra, and out the ring she goes. Becky, meanwhile, she takes advantage, manhandle slam, and it could be pinning the world champion here for the tag title retention too. Oh my goodness, Rhea came out of nowhere, broke it up, and Becky is now gonna have to deal with Rhea and a headbutt. Rhea, as Becky rolls out of the ring. Oh, Becky got drop kicked right into Lyra as she rolls out of the ring. Both are down, and she's going to go after Becky. Becky's still legal, obviously, as Io is going to tag. And Rhea in. Rhea looking for the finish here, baby, and she's gonna have her up on her shoulders. Becky down. Lyra still on the outside trying to recover, as into the cover for Becky to lose, but no, Rhea. It's a kick out. Rhea now measuring, looking for the riptide. It'll surely be over then. Riptide, she's got her hooked. And planting Becky down. Riptide stacks her high. New champions. And it's broken up. Lyra, last moment. Lyra, last second, has Rhea up for the Nightwing. Plants her. She immediately goes under the apron to get the tag in from Becky. Becky needs to get out of there, and she does, as Rhea immediately back up as she's trying to put the finish to her, and kick to the back of the head, and one more could probably do it if she hits her the Nightwing again, but no, Rhea able to recover, and a shot block as Io and Rhea in control for the moment. Kick, caught her, drop kick onto Io, and Lyra, is she going to be able to handle it all by herself? She did it against Bayley and AJ, if you remember, at Bad Blood. She was able to take them out, and she is doing it again, hopping into the ring, kick to the gut, has her up for the fisherman, buster. Both of them are down, both of them exhausted, both of them tired here, and Becky now, what does she do? She's got a half of the tag belts. She's got a half of the tag belts, and she's headed for Io. She's headed for Io, but she gets bad. Kick to the side of the head. She didn't care. She just wanted to take out Io and try to injure her before their title match, but Io has none of it. Tossing Becky into the barricade as Lyra now up to her feet. She gets up first, and she doesn't even realize that Becky's been taken out because she tried to injure Io as Rhea, she counters, and clothesline, drops her, kick to the gut, got it hooked, rip tide, and not finished yet. Io tagged in, and Io Sky to the top rope, and over the moonsault into the cover. We have new tag team champions. Io Sky, Rhea Ripley have won tag gold for the second time, and Becky, her focus was solely on trying to injure and soften up Io. She didn't care about defending the tag titles the same way Lyra did. She sacrificed them to try to, go out and injure Io. It didn't exactly work, as it's a plan that backfired once again. The main event here, a crown jewel, a Hell in a Cell match for the Women's World Championship. It's Becky, Io, and it's going to be up to them to go and settle it all by themselves. No Lyra, no Rhea, no interference, no nonsense. It is just a straight up match, and I know recent history at the very least has indicated that Becky's not been able to get the job done on her own. She needs help, she needs Lyra, she needs to cheat, she needs underhanded tactics. But do not let recent times distract you from all time, because throughout the history, Becky has proven she could do it on her own. She won the main event of WrestleMania on her own. She has walked into Hell in a Cell before on her own, walked in as champion, walked out as champion. She has done just about everything. So, even though recent history has told us she needs help, I don't think that it's as simple as no Lyra, no title. The one distinct advantage had here is Becky has been in Hell in a Cell. Io has not. And I guess if you want to still, reference the fact that Io came into that Survivor Series match not 100%. She's been wrestling each and every week, whereas Becky's picking her spots, picking her moments. Io's been jumped a number of times by Becky and Lyra. I would have to imagine she maybe isn't 100%, but at this point, what, world champion who's wrestling on every single show, what one is 100%? So, that just comes with the territory, but Io has held this title for a number of months and is looking to have one of the biggest wins of her career, Hell in a Cell. And she is going to finally get her hands on Becky, where she can't run, she can't hide, she can't sneak her jumper from behind. They're going to get a definitive winner here tonight. Lower the cell, let it begin. Women main event in the show tonight. And Becky, Io, anything goes here. And they start off with a little bit of words being exchanged here. But Becky, first thing she's going to want to do here is just duck out of the ring. And she's immediately going for weaponry. And already on the other side as well, Io doing the same thing. Becky's got a chair. Io outside the ring. And to no surprise, she's got herself a trash can. Io's best friend to a lot of people other than Rhea is that trash can. And she's got an extra reinforced one. I don't know what an extra reinforced trash can even means, but Io has been excited about her trash can. She's used it in war games before. Now, she's probably not going to jump off the top of Hell in a Cell with the trash can, but she has done a lot of creative things with it before in the past. Is Becky able to get the better of Io here? Both of them trying to use their weaponry, but both of them failing and just having to resort to their fists, their feet. But Becky's got that trash can now in her hands as Io in the corner, as Becky launches it right into the face of Io. And she introduced the trash can, but she ate it square in the face, as Becky is going to use everything. And expect the chain walls, the cell walls, expect the trash cans, the kendo sticks, the chairs, the tables, whatever it is that she can get her hands on, expected. But Io, her feet, her kicks, her palm strikes, just as dangerous as any weapon, as Io is going to drop Becky. And a flurry of offense. Io to the second rope, trying to fly, but Becky moves out of the way. And drop kick right to the back of the neck. And Io crawling away again. Last time she did that, she caught a trash can to the face, but Becky this time is going to just hit her with a boot right to the jaw, toss her away, and to the second rope she goes. Io dazed. Io caught with the forearm right to the face and a cover. First one of the match, and Io kicks out at 2 as Becky just gonna have to contemplate what she wants to do here. We've seen the strategy at Survivor Series and even in the tag match. She keeps Io grounded. She wants to work things in the ring, on the mat, and trying to get Io worn down with submissions. But Io obviously very well aware of that. Another dragon screw, as maybe she's the one doing the submissions. Maybe she's the one keeping Becky down. Oh, submission here. Becky, no rope breaks, obviously. She rolls away. And a front drop kick right to the chest. But maybe Io taking page out of Becky's strategy here, as Becky off the ropes goes Io, and an arm drag. As now headed off the ropes for those leg drops. That's a twisting one. And Io already feeling the strategy of Becky here, keeping her on the ground. If she was able to do this at Survivor Series, I do wonder, what is she going to do with weapons at her disposal? As into the corner goes Io, but she blocks. And Becky taking a couple of strikes here, but how is she going to fare with weaponry to try to keep her down? As a chop block. Becky to the back of the knee of Io. Once again, just keeping her down. As Io in the corner, up on the top rope she goes, and booting Becky away. You seen him at Survivor Series. She hit that exploder off the top rope, and instead Io already four. She hits with the air raid, crash into the cover, and a 2 count. Becky kicking out. Io is going to go outside the ring, and I think she's going to be the one wanting to introduce the weaponry, as she's got a table, and obviously the crowd's going to love that table in her hand, and into the ring she tries to go spring bar. No, misses the drop kick, and maybe took a little too much time collecting furniture, as Becky's got that trash can once again. Io wanted to introduce it. Well, Becky is going to use it, and Io back to her feet, just launched right at her face, and now it's Becky's turn to go outside the ring, grab some more weaponry. How about another chair? Well, she's not finished. One chair. There's 2 chairs. How about another one? You got a fourth in there? No, just 3 it looks like, as she's going to go back off into the apron. But Io makes her, sending her into the cell wall. And both of them now taking time to get the weaponry, but it costs them outside the ring. Becky stunned. Becky, drop kick from Io. As Io now using the wall to her advantage, tossing Becky face first into the cell. Becky, though, taking more punishment, but finally responds with a strike of her own. And into the cell wall goes Io, just grating her face against the cage. We know how low Becky will go. We know how brutal she can get. Well, I have no doubts in my mind that Io can match it. Io tossed into the cage again, and then face first into the apron. And again, this time from an elevated position. Io just in a bit of trouble, but she responds. Drop kick to Becky, and now Becky, her turn to feel some punishment here, as they have been battling back and forth on the outside. Into the cage again, and Io into the ring. She's not finished though, as she goes springboard to the outside, crashing down. Not a lot of space there. Becky, back of the head, hit off that cage, and Io now right into the steps she sends Becky. And Io getting the upper hand definitively here, as she is going to celebrate a little bit before grabbing the table as she got in the ring, setting it up in the corner, as Io trying to also give the people what they want. They want to see Becky go through a table. Becky back in the ring. Io meets her there. And Io with the little double leg takedown and double foot stomp right to the gut of Becky and into the cover, as Becky down, and Io 2 count. But obviously a lot more needs to be done here if you're going to take out Becky, if you're going to take out Io. Both of them going to take a lot of punishment in this match. But Io looking for a little bullet train attack, pull the trigger, and double knees right to the corner. And Io, will it be followed up with The moon salt to the top rope she goes. Oh my goodness, Becky just launched a chair at her, and she had her back turned. She didn't see it coming. Chair to the back, down for the count, kicking out at 2. But a really good strategy for Becky. She had her back turned and she couldn't see a chair flying right at her. Becky now grabs another chair right to the gut. And this is where Becky is going to thrive. The weaponry. No one's as creative in the women's division, I feel like, with weaponry as Becky. Maybe the only person comparable is Io, as Becky has Io on the top rope and looking for maybe a back suplex off the top, but Io countering. Io delivers some strikes. Becky goes flying off the top rope, and Io lands on her feet as nimble as it gets. Springboard drop kick. Io fighting her on the top rope is never going to be an advantage for anybody. As Io, how about another drop kick into the corner? This one, Becky out of the way and has her hooked. Backsploder. Becky getting back over to Io, trying to get into the cover, and she does. Count, and Io, couple of covers in this match, but still kicking out at 2. Becky covering her every chance she gets with every move, any significant moves she hits. Both of them back up on their feet. Io on the shoulders of Becky, trying to take her to the corner and dropping her face first on the turnbuckle. As Becky, now how about another chair? She got 3 in the ring. She's going to wedge this one into the corner and try to see if she can send her into it. We'll see what Becky is thinking here. She went for a big boo, but Io out of the way. Paul strikes. Stuns Becky on her feet. Hurricanrana, but Becky caught her. Becky caught her, headed towards the table. Io fighting her way out. Io lands on her feet right in front of that table, though, as she has Becky up on her shoulder. But Becky counters. Inverted DDT. Both of them teetering near the edge of that corner where they're trying to put each other through that table. Both of them failed. Both of them tried. Becky now, it's her turn. She's got her hooked. And German suplex, but Io rolls out and lands on her feet. Io's turn now, has her hooked. Double under hook. Becky, no, turns it around. Connor, pulled her in. No, Backsploder countered into the roll-out small package. And Io not able to steal it. Becky quickly back up to her feet and tosses Io into that table. And how about third time's the charm? Hooks her, Backsploder through the table. Just absolutely obliterated the table and into the cover. Io down. Io is kicking at it too. But there's just counter for counter there. They've been in the ring a couple of times in recent weeks, so they have a pretty good idea of each other, as now turning it around, trying to whip her into the chair, but Becky countered and tossed Io face first in the chair, another cover. Io not quite out, though. And Io just kicking out of everything right now. As Becky, outside the ring she goes. I mean, she's looking for something else. She's used chairs. She's used the table. She's used the trash can. How about a wrench? She's got a wrench. It's a full steel wrench. Measuring. Io trying to take her out, but Io meets her. And that wrench goes flying as Io got her hooked this time. Double underhook. Missed it the first time. As Tachi catches her. Back breaker, cover. Io survived that wrench attack, and Becky kicks out at 2. And Io now, maybe her turn? No, let's see what she's got in her mind. She's got a chair, and to the cut of Becky. And those chair shots right to the ribs can really do a lot of damage. As to the back, now making Becky pay another chair shot. Just unloading. How about a third one? To the back of Becky, and just soften her up as she tosses the chair out of the ring. She's gotten her usage out of it, and now looking to pull the trigger here. Bullet train. Tachi's already hit it once, going for it again. Becky meets her, arm drag. And Becky to the top rope, still feeling the effects of the chair shots to her back, but she's got a top rope leg drop. Usually she does it from the second rope, and into the top rope for extra impact, and into the cover, and down 2 again. At what point does Becky get frustrated that Io's continued to kick out? She's looking for the finish here. Manhandle slam. Got her hooked. Io counters. And double foot stop. And a great escape. Both of them down. Both of them tired, though. Io, despite coming out the better end of that one, has taken a lot of punishment. And she has continued to survive, but now going to the top rope. No chair flying at her. Turns around over the moonsault. But Becky gets the knees up. Knees up. Becky got her down. Disarmer. Disarmer. Is the rope breaks, and she doesn't have any weapons near her. She has nothing she can do. Is Io, will she tap? No, gets her arm free. Io surviving. Tilt-a-whirl. Backstabber. And she's already given Becky a whole lot of punishment to her back. Those chair shots, the backstabber. She maybe wants to go to the top rope again. Looking for the moonsault, but no, Becky back up to her feet and takes Io off. As now Becky's turn. She goes to the top rope. She's looking to fly. And Becky, oh, she just got the trash can right to her face. Right to her face. Off the top rope she goes, but Io, no, she wants her back up there. She wants her back up to the top rope, and Io, she's going to go and grab the trash can. She moves it into position. What's Io going for? Oh my goodness, what's Io going for? To the top rope. She meets Becky there. Got her hooked. And Spanish fly. Oh my goodness. Off the back of Becky, she just broke her! Off the garbage can! And Becky kicks at it too! But both of them took a lot of punishment there. I guess that's what a reinforced garbage can means. That thing didn't even dent. Both back up to their feet somehow. I know Becky took the worst of it, but Io didn't take much better, really. I mean, she landed, maybe ribs first on that trash can. It's just brutal. Back and forth these two are going. They are beating the hell out of one another. Off for the world title. As Becky with the chop. Io and Becky trading. Becky getting the better end of it for now. Io catches a strike though. Punch in the face. Slap. And they're just taking each other out. Trading strikes. No one got the advantage. And a hockey fight breaking out. Io though stuns her. And Shotay. Io firing up the crowd, obviously on her side. It's about just figuring out what you gotta do to finish each other off. It's on the verge of ending. How about another table? Another table. As into the ring goes Io. You can see the bruises on her face. She is beat up. You see the welts on her back. Setting up the table, and I think I know what Io wants to do here, and this would be a for certain end. Onto the table, she's gonna put Becky on. She wants a moonsault through the table. On the table, Becky laying prone. Io, can she do it? To the top. Maybe taking too much time though. Maybe taking too much time. Becky gets off the table and she's there to meet Io. She just took too long and she's too tired. Becky made her at the top. Now it's her turn. Back exploder off the top rope. Through the table. Through the table to the cover for the title. And Io kicks out. Just barely kicking out. And now Becky wondering what she's got to do. And how about up on the shoulders? Powerbomb position. What is she going to do? Right on the garbage can. The back of her skull just whacked off that garbage can. And now into the cover. Now is it done? Now do we know? Still no new champ. I just cannot believe Io is surviving all of this. As both of them through hell in the name, hell in a cell, it has been up to the advertisement, up to the billing, as they're just trading what little energy they have in strikes. Becky taking a forearm, taking another Shotay. Io, though, she's going to grab the chairs, and she is going to make a little stack here. We got 3 chairs stacked on each other, and what is Io going for? Drop kick in the corner. Becky swats it out of the way, and Becky, oh, she's gonna now take the chairs that Io just used and drop her right onto the pile of chairs. And Io's own thing used against her own plan used against her. Becky to the top rope. Io meets her. Io meets her now. They're going to be teetering over the pile of chairs. Io has her set. Io has her set. Becky though adjusts. Becky adjusts. Manhandle slam off the top rope onto the chairs. Into the cover. We got a new champion. Becky just beat Io. Inside Hell in a Cell, we got a new Women's World Champion! Io went high risk again, but Becky had it. Right place, right time. Just a manhandle slam off the top onto a pile of chairs after everything Io went through. I mean, it was a miracle she made it that far. But what a match and what a win, a new world champion, and she did it by herself. Becky with plenty of say ahead of the Royal Rumble. Oh, look who it is, Rhea. Becky's been running from Rhea Ripley for weeks now as they have their title match presumably set for the Royal Rumble. Rhea wants to avenge Io after the Hell in a Cell match as Becky has been hiding, she has been ducking, and she is running again. She's running away from Rhea. Rhea just wants to get her hands on Becky. Becky running and running and Rhea catching up. Rhea chasing her down. Becky's headed for the elevator and the elevator doors close. And she gets away again from Rhea. Rhea already has her title match, but Becky's been running away trying to avoid all conflict before that title match. She's got herself hit and she feels like Rhea, look above, Rhea has been stalking Becky for weeks, just trying to get her hands on her. She's been running, she's been hiding, but Rhea's finally got her hands on her now and sending Becky right into that cage wall. You took out Io, you took her title, and Io has now had to recover from, significant damage done to her at that Hell in a Cell match. And Rhea understandably mad. I mean, after all the times that they jumped Io, all the times that they had assaulted Io 2-on-1, Rhea just wants to get her hands on Becky and end her for good. Becky running away again, and Rhea this time catches up to her. Becky, she has to fight Rhea now ahead of their Royal Rumble title match. Rhea is able to catch up to Becky, but she's still gotta take her down. Becky climbing, she's climbing away. She's just trying to escape, but she's gonna eventually run out of places to run. Becky meeting Rhea at the top of this scaffolding as they are just battling it out here in the depths of the arena. Up on the shoulders, Rhea, elbows to the jaw. Rhea gets away, and now she's got her hands on Becky again, tossing Becky off to the side. And Becky, you're gonna have to pay for what you have done to Io. You're gonna have to pay for what you did. But Becky counters there, is teetering near the edge, as now tossing Rhea into that just area face first. They're just in this warehouse area as boot misses Rhea as she hits her with a boot of her own. And Rhea now is getting exactly what she wants ahead of the Royal Rumble. It's not enough for her to win the championship. It's not enough. Rip tied under that steel grate. And she's not done with Becky. She's not done with her as Rhea wants to make her pay. Grabbing her and tossing her off. Oh, Becky falls right onto the crates below. And Rhea finally got her hands on Becky, and we'll see if she can take the title at the Rumble. Time for the big Women's World title match at the Royal Rumble. I mean, this has been a spot where Rhea's been trying to get her hands on Becky week after week after week. Becky has ran, she has hid, she has just tried to do everything she can behind the scenes to avoid not only Rhea, but avoid having Lyra compete in the Royal Rumble match. She has tried to get Lyra to go and be in her corner for this match so she can have all the help she can get. Becky and Rhea have ran into each other once before, Wrestlemania 40, Rhea coming out on top of the victory, but for Rhea, she's gonna have no Io by her side while she is still one half of the tag team champions. Io is still trying to recover from Hell in a Cell, and Becky had essentially taken her out and put her on the shelf for a temporary amount of time, and Rhea's looking to avenge that fate that Io had suffered and hope it doesn't happen to her. But for Becky, well, she is coming out here all by herself. Lyra is preparing for the Women's Royal Rumble, and as much as Becky tried and tried to get Lyra to drop out of the Rumble to avoid it, apparently Lyra's not got a good number. You know, that's already something we know. But she's tried to do everything she can to tilt the scales in her favor, but she's going to have to come up with a plan all by herself tonight. She had to do it against Io inside Hell in a Cell. She had no help. She got the job done there. But how about when Rhea is on the attack and at 100% looking to take the Women's World title into WrestleMania? Match is underway and immediately going after it. Becky knows she can't run or hide from this one, so she's taking the fight head on, but Rhea got the advantage. The kick to the side of the head. She is coming out on fire, just like she had been every single time she has been able to get her hands on Becky, whether it was that tag title match or backstage last week. And Becky just running away. Rhea not gonna let it happen though. Becky trying to run. Frustrated Rhea chasing. Becky is gonna slide back into the ring, and she's baiting Rhea back up, and she uses it to her advantage. Knocks Rhea off the apron to the floor in a form. Following it up, and Becky, guess that was the plan, to use Rhea's frustration and her emotions against her as she tosses her straight to the barricade. And she's going to take advantage of that outside count as much as she possibly can, and tossing her into the steps. Rhea's going to have to cool down a bit and realize that Becky's just trying to bait her, just trying to play her, and she already fell for it once. But Rhea is somebody who just fights on pure emotion, pure power. She does not exactly go all tactical in the way that Becky does. She just wants to fight. She just wants to take Becky's head off as Becky gets her back into the ring and into the cover. She had her into the steps, into the barricade, and more. Rhea kicks out, and Becky not going to have the same strategy here, you'd think, against her that she did against Io, which was just try to keep the high flyer grounded. For Rhea, though, she is pure power. She is pure just physicality and resilience as Rhea, foot to the spine and stomping her. And Becky finally going to have to pay for what she has done over the last couple of months as Rhea elbow right to the jaw and into the corner. Clothesline taking her down. And now just taking one kick, boot after another. And frustrated Rhea finally getting to unleash all that anger as she's going to have her up on the shoulder. Becky slips off, though, and a chop. And those chops maybe just need to anger, and Rhea down with an uppercut. Now going for those leg drops, but Rhea immediately out of the way, taking it to Becky. As she's going to have her with a knee to the gut, and then heel to the back of the head. Just flattening Becky with every single strike she has, but Becky rolls out of the way there. She went for that drop kick right to the side of the head. Becky back up to her feet. She's already got a little bit of a welt on her forehead as she boots Rhea right in the face. And maybe Rhea's going to have a mark on her head at some point. This one already getting physical. Rhea in the corner and arm being wrenched around that rope. And she uses the couple of seconds she legally has as Rhea uses her boot to get out of the way there. And now hooking Becky with a boot right to the face. They are just kicking the hell out of one another as Rhea again. Becky already, you can see again, like she has more marks on her face as the jawbreaker back up to her feet and chops her again, but Rhea back with one of her own. And every time Becky hits her with, 2 or 3 strikes, Rhea comes back with one stiff, hard chop, punch, boot, whatever the case is. But Becky's still battling back. And to the corner, slamming her head on that turnbuckle as she's wrenching her arm in the rope again. I guess it's going to be hard to perform a riptide if one of your arms is lacking the ability to have full strength. Boom! Right to the chest, and Rhea tumbles out the ring as Becky now is going to be out on the apron. And flying this time, she tried to hit that diving forearm, but missed it this time. As Rhea recovering quickly, but Becky as well, as he's delivering a couple more chops at Rhea. Hits her with a stiff one again, up on the shoulders, and Rhea, she's gonna fling Becky face first into the LED turnbuckle post. And that is going to definitely cause a bit of bruising as she's got her up on her shoulders again. I whip out a little bit more for good measure, dropping her face first on the barricade. And Rhea, every time she has a chance to deliver some offense, it is as brutal as it gets. Up on the shoulders, Becky over towards the apron, but Becky fighting away. Becky not able to be dropped this time. The count is getting up higher and higher as it's Becky's turn this time around, dropping her face first on the apron. And now it's Becky back in control for the time being into the ring. She goes as Rhea, dazed, Becky, top rope, and she's gonna try to fly, and Molly go round, but Becky caught in the air. Rhea turns her around, electric chair face first. And the power, the strength, and the control from Rhea, so impressive. And into the cover, Becky kicks out at 2. And have someone flying at you like that and to be able to not only catch them, but reposition them into delivering whatever offense you want. Rhea is waiting on Becky back into the corner, delivering some punches, and just boot right into the throat, just making her gasp for air. Rhea much more open to wrestling Becky's slower pace and just break her down little by little, but Becky is going to have her fall face first. How about following it up? Leg drop onto her arm, and again she has wrenched that arm on the ropes, dropped the leg on it, slammed it now against the mat like that, and she wants to try to make sure Rhea, if you're going to take out a powerhouse, maybe try to take out one of her arms, as Becky typically has done last couple of months, really just trying to hone in on not only beating people but injuring them. Rhea, though, using her boot just to the face of Becky again. And now Rhea just overpowering, tossing Becky. like she's a pile of garbage, and that's exactly what Rhea probably thinks Becky is, just a pile of garbage. As Becky back up to her feet, hooks her for the exploder, and got her over her head. And Becky momentarily down, Rhea climbing back up into the corner, and Rhea is gonna be mad. Becky with a back elbow. Rhea's still on her feet though, as Becky coming back for another one. And Rhea's still up. How about a third? As he shuts in with a forearm. And then a kick to the chest. Pulls her in. Rhea head, but just knocked her clean. Down. And Becky just playing possum for a moment. Pulls her into a small package. And Rhea kicks out. But Rhea just took all that punishment and still was able to just knock her clean out with a headbutt. As Becky, though, still in control, up on the shoulders. Rhea escaping and lands on her feet. Now it's her turn. Becky hooked, dragon, suplex in with the bridge. Becky folded in half, and the cover. Becky kicking at it too. Rhea not able to get her done, and now Rhea to the top rope. She doesn't fly very often, but in the rare occasions that she does not have a diverse playbook from the top. It's just that missile drop kick, and right to the chest of Becky as Rhea, as she watches Becky roll out the ring. Becky again though, just playing possum, and Rhea chases, and she pays for it. Becky knows how to get people to chase and get them in positions that are more advantageous to her, as she tosses her into those steps again, just like she did earlier. And they are spilling to the outside. This isn't the first time, and it maybe won't even be the last, as Rhea back into the ring. Becky, she tried this earlier. She went to the top rope and it failed, as now, oh, it looks like it's gonna fail again. Rhea, no, Becky fights her off, and rolling around this time, delivers into the cover, and Rhea is kicking out. 2 count, and Becky is now going to do a little bit more, a little submission here, trying to rip the arm of Rhea off. And it's going to be, like I said, hard to do those powerful maneuvers that Rhea does, especially hooking her for that riptide, if she's not going to have, 2 functioning arms. But Rhea is able to use that arm to just, as a weapon, a clothesline, and now go behind, rip cord drop kick. Well, a clothesline doesn't involve lifting. You just got to use the thing as a weapon, so I guess that's a good use of a bum arm. As Becky back to her feet, Rhea is going to have it trying to boot her in the corner, but Becky out of the way. Kick to the hamstring, and then a boot. Pulls her in, double, under, hook, but Becky not able to get it through as a back drop. Rhea escapes. Becky back up into the corner. Rhea, oh, she's got her. Oh, hooked, and that's just a brutal face put, a little Drew McIntyre inspiration, it looked like, as an inverted Alabama slam is going to have a 2 count, as Rhea now to the top rope again. Rhea maybe going deep in her bag here. She doesn't often do this. Frog splash try, and maybe that's why. As she gets the knees up, Becky has her hooked and looking for a back exploder. No, Rhea with the elbow, and Rhea now has her up. Becky on her shoulders, but she adjusts. She turns it into a hurricanrana, and Becky, nice escape there, as Rhea to the ropes, as Becky tries to go in, but Rhea over the top. Becky catches herself. Oh, well, we'll see a little preview without the Royal Rumble, as she makes sure she doesn't go to the outside, and Becky fighting back, and she won't fall to the floor. And oh, what a slap to the face. Are you kidding me? Just inciting the wrath of Rhea Ripley. You don't just slap her in the face and get away with it. Rhea, oh, she's mad now. You just slapped Rhea. That wasn't even for damage or for a victory. That is just pure disrespect, and it just caught in the side of the face of Rhea's shin. And now you have made a mistake, Becky. You should not incite the wrath of Rhea, as she is just now in an overhand club. Becky's strategy's been pretty sound so far, but I think that was a miscue. Into the corner, Becky. Boot to the face of Becky. And not done yet. Rhea has her up, headbutt, pulls her in, up on her shoulders, razor's edge, and follows it up. And Becky just absolutely cleaned out, down, cover, and kick out. Rhea not able to put her away. But she now is looking for that prism trap. But you gotta remember, she's had a little bit of damage done to that arm. I don't know if she's gonna be able to keep it in fully. She's trying to. Becky is away from the ropes. Will she tap? Rhea, can she put her away? No, Becky gets out of it. Rhea's arm maybe not allowing it to be full 100%. Headbutt. Becky just eats the headbutt and pulls her down and takes advantage of that very arm. Disarm her. She just ate the headbutt from Rhea and pulled her down in the center of the ring. Rhea, will she tap out? No, gets out of it. And Rhea survives for the moment as Becky has her hooked and manhandle slam. And down Rhea. She didn't tap, but she is not gonna be down quite yet. Kick out at 2. Rhea survives, kicking out of the manhandle slam. And Becky now frustrated. What does she gotta do to put her away? Into the corner. As Becky to the top rope. Now she maybe gonna go for a manhandle slam off the top. It's how she won the title from Io. And maybe looking for that, or maybe superplex here. Got her hooked. Rhea fights away and shoves her up the top. Rhea lands on her feet. And now looking for the riptide. Can she get it? Boot, no! Becky out of it, and she is able to counter, but Rhea with a counter of her own and a kick. No, Becky ducks and sweeps the leg, and has her hooked in a pump handle suplex. And Becky able to just evade what Rhea has thrown at her, but not this time. Tilt-a-whirl, slam, head, butt, up for the Razor's Edge for the second time. Got it! Razor's Edge, and immediately follows it up. Kick, and he's got her hooked. Rip, tied, planted, stacked, folded, cover, new champion, Rhea Ripley, and no! Kick out by Becky! Are you kidding me? Becky just kicked out of the riptide! Something not many have been able to do. Rhea can't believe it. Becky is going to duck out of the ring, and she is going to just escape while she can. She needs a breather. She knows she's in trouble, but Rhea right back in pursuit. Booing her in the head, and Shane's gonna keep the advantage, keep the press on, not let her get away as Becky rolls into the ring, right to the top again, as Rhea looking for that drop kick, most likely, as Rhea measuring and drills her, and now, is it all over now? You maybe got up from 1, but not 2 riptides, and now Becky escapes, and Becky uppercut. How much more they have left? Becky, oh, she's resorting to dirty tactics now. She's got the turnbuckle pad. She takes the turnbuckle pad off. Rhea, though, meets her as the pad is off, and the referee's going to fix it. The referee went to fix it, and Rhea just got tossed right to the ref into the corner, and no, referee is down, and Becky is going outside the ring to grab a chair. The turnbuckle was just a diversion to get the referee down. Referee rolling out of the ring, and Rhea meets her. Chair, no, she got her plans thwarted, and now Rhea got her hooked, and up, rib, tied, stacks her. She's got her beat, but there's no ref to count it. Come on. The ref is down. And Rhea, she has the title won! Come on! And you gotta do something now. Rhea has the chair in hand. Becky, she tried to use the chair on Becky. She wanted to give her some of her own medicine, but Becky, no. Tossing her face first into the turnbuckle that's exposed. The turnbuckle that is exposed. It never got repaired. And Becky now with the chair into the corner. She's got the chair set up. Rhea in a daze. Face first into the chair. Come on, no. Hooked her. Manhandle slam. And look at the referee. She's up. What kind of dumb timing is this? She's back in the ring. She doesn't know what happened. She's just counting the pin. Becky retains. And that is ridiculous. Becky uses an exposed turnbuckle, a chair, and more to go and win and keep her title, and it's looking like Becky might be walking into WrestleMania as a Women's World Champion. And we'll see how things play out on the road to WrestleMania. But for now, Becky stands tall. She has taken out Rhea and Io on her path to Mania. It's time for the Women's Royal Rumble, and kicking us off, number one, Lyra Valkyria drew the number one spot, and that is gotta be disheartening. And I guess that's why Becky was trying to get Lyra to drop out of the Rumble and say, who cares? You're not gonna win it anyway. Don't even bother. But Lyra, stubborn, and I mean, you don't drop out of the Royal Rumble. It doesn't matter if you have number 1 or number 30. If you have a chance to go straight to the main event of WrestleMania, you're going to take that opportunity. And Lyra is taking that opportunity while she can. And she's got to go a long way to pull off something not many in the history of this company have. Go wire to wire, one to the end. Down to the final four. Bianca in the corner. She's got Stephanie McCare up on her shoulders. And McCare over towards the ropes. Oh, Bianca, is she going to toss her out? Bianca overpowering McCare over the top. We're down to three. We're down to three. It's Bianca. It's Julia. Lyra. Bianca and Julia both came in the late 20s. They are still rather fresh. Lyra's been in this ring for almost a full hour at this point, but it has just been all heart from Lyra. She's got a couple eliminations, and she has outlasted everybody up until this point, but Julia and Bianca are about as imposing of a force to stand in front of your way of going to WrestleMania as possible. I hope Becky is watching backstage impressed with what Lyra's been able to do tonight. Been the true Iron Woman of this one, as Bianca and Julia, and Bianca maybe gonna go for what she did on McCare, but Julia out of the way. And inverted DDT. Bianca rolls to the apron, holds onto that rope as Julia drops Lyra with a headbutt, and Lyra now into the corner. As Lyra just exhausted throughout this match, but she gets the knees up there, and countering Julia has her with a slap, couple of them, one after another, hard-hitting action. Not many people strike as hard as Julia, but if there is somebody in that conversation, Lyra is there. Bianca comes out, though, power from behind, gets Julia down, and then Lyra hooks her with a suplex. And down to this final three. What is it gonna take to put each other away? Spear! Lyra just got cut in half by Bianca. And Bianca over the top rope, she tosses Lyra, but Lyra fights away, stays alive for the moment. She's headed to the top rope. It's dangerous. It's dangerous to do it. And Lyra is caught in the arms of Bianca, caught in the arms of Bianca, but Julia breaks it up. Julia, she's targeting Bianca mainly because Bianca's the much fresher opponent, and drops her in the back of her neck. But Lyra, not to be overlooked. If people keep overlooking Lyra, keep pushing her to the side, acting like everybody else is the bigger threat. But Lyra's been here for over an hour now, as she's got Bianca over the top rope, and Bianca stays alive, but no, Bianca again stays alive. She dodges the drop kick and then drops her with a forearm to the face, and Julia, that fastball punch right to the side of her face, and Bianca now is battling off with Julia into the corner. Julia with a back elbow, and Julia, can she win the Royal Rumble? Bianca's done it before. She's main evented Mania before. But can Julia do it for the first time? Can Lyra do it for the first time? Bianca's out on the apron. Bianca, Lyra comes over out of nowhere, but Bianca dodges it. But Julia knocks her off. We're down to two. Bianca eliminated. It's Julia. It's Lyra. One of them is winning the Royal Rumble. Two girls who have never been world champion before. Two who have never been on the big stage in the big moment in a one-on-one title match. And Mania, and a headbutt, and Julia rocks her. Lyra, it's been about an hour for Julia. She came in at number 28. She's got all the advantage. and she is as fresh as it can be for the Rumble. She boots her right in the side of the face, looking for it. Will it be a ribbon or no? Lyra out of the way, and Lyra up with the shoulders. Nightwing time, trying to do it over the top rope, but no, Julia fights her off. You gotta imagine a Nightwing over the top rope, that would have done it. But Julia survives, and Julia, you can't underestimate the girl in front of you no matter how fatigued she is, no matter how much she's been beat up. She's gone through hell tonight, but Julia, over the top rope, she sends Lyra. Lyra is in her last life, and Lyra, no, she keeps it alive again. Lyra, no, again. Julia tried to do the same thing she did to Bianca, but Lyra had it covered. To the top rope, Lyra again, but Julia, relentless. Julia put it away, swatted away, but Lyra, she just can't stop the onslaught of Julia, and measuring a Rivenerchi, and will it be saying goodbye to your WrestleMania dreams? Over the top, Julia bicycle, and out she goes. Julia wins the Royal Rumble. And Lyra fought her heart out, but she just was in there for over an hour, and it was too much to overcome against a fresh, a healthy Julia. After an hour of physicality and brutality, she's not able to get it done, and it's so close for Lyra. But Julia's headed to WrestleMania now and will await her decision for the women's title. Lyra Valkyria has found herself in a qualifying match for the Elimination Chamber, and she has presented a pretty convincing argument here. I mean, if anybody deserves to be in the Elimination Chamber, maybe it's the girl who just went an hour in the Royal Rumble and was the runner-up, as Becky is not going to be by the side of Lyra tonight. Convenient. I mean, I'm sure Becky has plenty of championship business that she'll say she's taking care of, but you know, maybe you should be here for your supposed best friend and support her in her attempt of qualifying into the chamber, as Lyra, up next, will be taking on about as tough of a draw as you're going to get. Are you kidding me? Qualifying match of the Elimination Chamber, and you got to take on Asuka? I mean, these two both are, I think, pretty overqualified to be in the chamber. So I guess a tough draw on both ends for these two. Asuka has, you know, recently split with Kairi Sane over the past couple of months and have gone back to being the solo killer that she is. And she is looking to dismantle a Lyra Valkyria who I'm pretty sure isn't going to be at 100% after an hour in the Royal Rumble, as much as she says she is fine. We'll see what she has as off the jump. Match underway, and Asuka immediately taking it to Lyra. I'm sure she's probably not too pleased that she's got to deal with Lyra. She probably would want to, not to say that there's such a thing as an easy qualifier, but an easier one. You know, maybe not have to go against, you know, one of the best in the roster, as Asuka with the jumping hip attack, and she is absolutely decimating Lyra right now, but she counters Lyra. Anybody else not really loving the tone of Becky trying to get her to drop out the Rumble and then not qualify for the chamber? She just wants her to maybe be a part of her entrance at WrestleMania. I mean, I think Lyra deserves a little bit more than that after a Rumble performance. Deadlift German suplex and a kick out from Asuka. As this one, Lyra's going to need to really hit some heavy shots here and try to see if she could sneak one quickly, because, I mean, you give Asuka, even if you're 95% against somebody like Asuka, it's not ideal, as Asuka taking it to her with a couple of kicks, strikes, boots, and everything in between, as this one's going to be a heavy striking battle. Two of the best in the division going at it, and that's going to be Asuka now, just hitting these overhead palm strikes, and one after another, missing the enziguri now as Asuka out of the apron, just reels her in, and a draping arm bar, trying to rip her arm out. She gets a 5 count, but she'll use as much as she can and take advantage of it, as Asuka also not one to be adverse to bending the rules in her favor. Asuka to the top rope, and crossbody, as Asuka trying to get back into title contention. The landscape is pretty stacked right now. Julia won the Rumble. We presume she's going to stay on SmackDown to challenge the champion over there, which is Bayley, interestingly enough. Bayley, after, being banished to SmackDown, going solo, won the women's title, as Asuka eating a moonsault there, standing moonsault from Lyra into the cover. Asuka out. I do suppose, though, Julia could choose Becky. She's just keeping her decision close to the vest, which is leaving the chamber match pretty open, as it's going to be a crossbody attempt off the second rope, but Asuka catches Lyra and drops her to scoop slam. And now armbar, immediately going on the armbar. She did it over the apron on the ropes and had that 5 count broken up, and now she's got it in the center of the ring, and Lyra able to escape as Lyra back up to her feet, and Asuka as well. Lyra go behind, German suplex, and that's the second one she's delivered already in this match, dropping the knee right on the back of Asuka's head now. As how interesting would it be if everything formulated in such a way where, Julia picks Becky and Lyra wins the chamber, maybe goes to SmackDown and takes on Bayley. Might not matter, though, with the way she's got her head taken off there, but back up to her feet pretty quickly. Asuka meets her with a punch and tries to hit her, but Lyra ducking out of the way, and they're going back at it with the strikes. Kick right to the hamstring and strike to the face. Asuka overwhelming. Asuka too much backhand and stun and dropping her clean off her feet. And Asuka just a little quicker there. Even, this far into her career, her strikes are still as fast as it gets. Into the corner, Lyra goes, just crawling back up to her feet. But there goes Asuka again, draping with the arm bar over the top rope again. And just picking apart that arm. That's the 3rd time she's targeted him, but Lyra, shoulder to the gut, and to the top rope. Lyra goes, she's not adverse to taking a high risk. Asuka to her feet, cross body to the outside, crashing onto the floor, and Lyra taking the big risk, but it works out, and these are the big risks that she's needing to take to survive. Asuka into the ring. She's going to go for the cover, and Asuka down, and it's going to be Asuka kicking out at 2. It's going to take more than that to put down Asuka. That's a stiff strike, and then this time Asuka blocks it as Asuka snapmare and tornado kick right to the side of the head, and it's just, when it's not ripping your arm off, it's just a kick to the side of the head, and Lyra kicking out at 2. Feels like Asuka's playing mercenary right now, just obliterating Lyra to the second rope. Asuka code breaker, just snapping her knees off her face, and into the cover. Lyra kicking out at 2. And still that chamber spot open, as Lyra already bruised and beat up. And how about targeting the arm again? Just looking to snap it. And Asuka right to that joint. And again, Lyra's in pain. She's got to avoid these types of targets to her arm as much as possible, because it is starting to really get a little dangerous out here. She's already beat up, she's already bruised, and she can't afford injury here, and Asuka's not going to back off. She's not going to play it nice. She will go in for the kill, and Lyra, speaking of going in for the kill, and into the cover, just took her head clean off of the kick, and Asuka kicking out. I'm gonna kick my head off, I'll kick your head off too. I can do it too. As Asuka dazed in the corner, and Lyra gonna toss her over into the apron, and knee to the face, up to the second rope. How about a little Becky move here? Leg drop, and just decapitating her basically. Outside the ring she goes. Lyra measuring. And Asuka back up to her feet. Lyra with a forearm. And now in control is Valkyria. Is she going to show off maybe a little? Okay, I was going to say, you know, Becky in that situation would have usually just took advantage on the outside, throw her to the barricade, throw her to the steps, use her environment to her advantage. Instead, Lyra tries to play it straight up, and Asuka catches her in the ring with a heel hook. And Lyra, I mean, despite all the teachings from Becky, not taking that dirty route as a gut wrench. Power bomb! What power from Lyra! Deadlifted her into the cover and a kick out. Lyra almost had her still, but Asuka just picking her apart with submissions. Now measuring, looking for the finish. And up on the shoulders for Nightwing. Asuka, though, gets away. She's got the elbows in the draw. And she lands on her big kick to the side of the face. And crumbling to the mat. Into the cover. And Asuka, no! Kick out again from Lyra, staying alive in this. As Lyra fights it back up to her feet. And she's not going to go down easy. Lyra with some palm strikes. And on a combo. On another. Then a kick to the leg. Inside. And Zaguri. The one heck of a hard-hitting match as Asuka turns things around the corner, though. And Lyra up to the top rope. Will she look for something? Lyra kicks her away. And no, Asuka right back at her. Code breaker just got her caught in the ropes. And dropped the knees on her as Asuka, second rope, Lyra back up to her feet. And quick recovery, Lyra standing, moonsault out of the way. And Asuka back up to her feet, Lyra trying to recover. And Asuka has got her with a couple of kicks. Asuka stomping on the hand. And kick to the back, right on the spine. And Asuka following things up by trying to hook in a submission. And Lyra's knows she's right in the center of the ring. That arm's already been ripped apart in this match multiple times. Lyra, is she going to tap? Is she going to tap? She's got nowhere to go. She's just going to have to power out. And she does. Elbow to Asuka. And she survives for the moment. And Lyra up on the shoulders, looking for a Nightwing. No, Lyra caught. Now Asuka lock. Asuka lock. And to the center of the ring again. And she's got nowhere to go. Lyra powering, fighting. Lyra. What fight from Lyra. How'd she escape? And what a jump from Lyra. Just refusing to quit and battling back, hitting harder, hitting faster to the top rope. She's got Asuka stunned. Dropping the leg in the cover. Center of the ring. Asuka down. Asuka kicking out. And we continue here in this chamber qualifier. As Lyra measuring, she's tried it a couple of times. Will it be Nightwing this time? Asuka still fighting. Asuka relentless. Asuka is able to get on her feet. Kick, dropping her to her knees, and hip attack. Just leveling her. Cover, and Lyra is still alive. I cannot say enough about what Lyra's doing in this match. She is surviving everything Asuka's throwing at her. It's impressive. Drop kick in the corner miss. Lyra swats it away. And Lyra, the kick up, hooking her. Fisherman Buster. Both are down. Lyra is just going to crawl over, drape an arm on her. But it took too long to get to the cover, Asuka. Shoulder up. Maybe she would have had her if she covered her immediately, but no, we continue, and they're gonna have to go back and forth with some strikes here. And Asuka cleans her clock basically, and now looking, I don't know if you're gonna be able to get away this time. Lyra, elbow right in the face, stuns her. Lyra still fighting, still alive, but no! Asuka pulls her down, yanks her down. Come on, just ripping the arm out of its socket, Lyra. It's okay if you tap. It's okay. No one's gonna blame you if you just tap here. But Lyra's refusing to tap, and she gets away again. And Lyra, you can see, look at her shoulder back there. Look at her shoulder. Look at it. It's just bruised. It's mangled. There's no way. It's okay. is Lyra. I mean, she got her at the suplex, but just how much more? Asuka meets her at the top rope, tosses her down, and it might be all over. Asuka measuring. Will it be another dream crush for Lyra? She came up so close to the Rumble. Back elbow. And Lyra, it might be done. She gets back to her feet. And Lyra, oh, they're battling back. She's going to give it everything she still has. I don't know how strong her strikes are even with the way her arm is. She's only got one functioning arm, but she's using it to just try to strike Asuka. Punch after punch. And Asuka gets the better of her there. And Asuka winning out, but Lyra still trying to battle back. Asuka, though, with a response, and Lyra catches her with the kick out of nowhere. Kick out of nowhere, but Lyra is caught by Asuka. Asuka looking for it. Asuka lock, and Lyra, no! Trapped. She can't go anywhere. Lyra, come on, don't risk it anymore. But how is she still fighting? No one has ever battled through Asuka submissions like this ever. No one has ever done it. Up on the shoulders. Nightwing, but not into the cover. Lyra, she knows it's going to take more. She's giving it her best shot. Up on the shoulders. Nightwing again for the chamber. Come on. Lyra is going to the chamber. What a win. Are you kidding me, Lyra? That is about as impressive as it gets. You have Asuka trying to literally rip your arm off and beat you with it, and you still survive every single time. Lyra, not as tough of a qualifying match as it gets, but she's going to the Elimination Chamber, and she will join 5 others for a chance to go to WrestleMania. We got ourselves the Elimination Chamber for the women. The winner of this match will get to fight Becky or Bayley at WrestleMania for the women's world title or the women's championship, because Julia is still not revealing who she is facing. She has, had some interactions on social media with both Becky and Bayley, and while we presume she's gonna choose Bayley, she's just not revealing that quite yet. Just have that air of surprise, I guess. I don't really know how Julia's operating. That's just up to her. But regardless of the situation here, we got ourselves a pretty stacked chamber. Tiffany Stratton, a former Money in the Bank winner and women's champion. How about Kairi Sane? Asuka couldn't qualify, but Kairi Sane does after splitting with Asuka, going solo and capturing the hearts of many. Kairi is looking to stand on her own and maybe take a trip to WrestleMania to compete for the women's world title, a former multi-time tag team champion, NXT champion, but it's been a while since she's accomplished anything on her own, and that is what she is gunning for, as she will also be in a pod. How about joining them in a pod? Bianca Belair, former chamber winner 2 times over, Royal Rumble winner, WrestleMania main eventer, and the odds-on favorite to punch her ticket not only to WrestleMania, but the history books. I mean, how many people can you recall that have won 3 Elimination Chamber matches, man or woman? That is putting yourself in rare territory, as Bianca's looking to do it again. We've seen this story before. Bianca's won an Elimination Chamber match to face Becky at WrestleMania. If you remember their classic WrestleMania 38 match, that's how Bianca earned it. She won the Elimination Chamber, so she might be able to do it again. Chelsea Green, the first ever Women's United States champion, gets to put herself in a pod and wait out the competition as she's going it alone here, as Chelsea don't have Piper, doesn't have Alba, and she has talked a lot of trash to literally everybody on social media and everybody on SmackDown. Everybody who she's been able to talk to, she has talked all the trash. She has talked the most and done the least, but she is still here. She's starting off the chamber. Man, the luck of the Irish, not on your side when you get to be number 1 in the Royal Rumble, get to have your qualifying match against Asuka, who's trying to rip your arm off, and then you get to start the Elimination Chamber. Lyra, you know, and she's not going to be one to wear bandages, wear anything that lets a target be shown on her, but I think we know she's not fully 100%, but she's going to have to start off the Elimination Chamber, and as if it's not bad enough to start off the Elimination Chamber, you got to start off one of the best in the division, another former world champion, Stephanie McCare, trying to get herself back in the title picture. And that was after, you know, she lost her women's world title this past year after a pretty lengthy first reign, meaning only one of these women are going to WrestleMania. It's a stacked group. Former world champions. Every single person in this match has held gold before, and for a couple, though, they have never been world champions. And for those like Tiffany, Bianca, and Stephanie, they're trying to get back to that world title stage at WrestleMania, and the match underway. Valkyria and Lyra starting it off. And one heck of a fight between these two to get us kicked off, as, I mean, I can't imagine what type of hell you gotta go through for Valkyria or Lyra to go coast to coast, wire to wire in this one to win it, as Lyra is taking a kick right to the face. And Valkyria, this is one where you got to prepare for a marathon. You're not going to be able to, you know, presumably beat anybody off the bat. You got to pace yourself and not try to do too much too quickly. But Stephanie, I'm not slowing down there. She tried to go for the Devil's Kiss maybe immediately, and not to happen, as Northern Lights suplex. And Lyra and Stephanie, like I said, you got to pace yourself, got to prepare for a long one, as there's going to be, you know, a number of minutes in between entries here, as Lyra going to have herself caught, and Stephanie, the counter, and wrench in the arm, and an elbow right to the shoulder. I mean, that's about as, that's the area you don't want to be targeted, headbutt, as Valkyria. I think everybody in this match, Valkyria included, knows about Lyra's troubles with her arm right now, her injuries that Asuka and the Rumble kind of put on her, as Lyra, though, not going to show that visible sign of pain. She's going to just keep battling through it, as Valkyria has got a counter 4, sweeps that leg, drops her face first, and Valkyria got the arm, and she's just going to use it to hold her to kick her right in the side of the face a couple of times, and then off the ropes. How about a leg drop? As Valkyria into the cover, and down Lyra is out at 2. You just think of all the potential matchups you could see here, you know, rivalries renewed or new ones created. I mean, like we already brought up, Bianca, Becky already fought each other at a WrestleMania. Tiffany and Becky have some history. Tiffany and Bayley not a fan of one another as well. Valkyria, though, hasn't really had significant matches against either of them, but the Devil's Kiss, and she's just banging their head off the mat, and God, the crowd on their feet for it. But, you know, you got other people who can maybe break through. Lyra, Chelsea, Kyrie, all never have been world champion. Lyra, the first Intercontinental champion, Chelsea, the first United States champion, and Kyrie has just never been able to hold a singles championship here outside of NXT. So, I mean, it's a big opportunity for all of them, as Lyra to the second rope. And off the second rope, she misses that missile drop kick, as Valkyria got her arm wrenched, and he defeats, as she plants Lyra, rolling to the ropes to climb back up. And Lyra close. Oh no, she tried to get her, and a back body drop onto the floor. And even though that floor is padded, don't let the padding fool you. It is still very painful to go flat back right on it. There's steel under there. It's a grate under there, and into the cage, into that chain. And Valkyria immediately follows up by getting her over the top rope into the ring. To the top rope goes Valkyria, and trying to enter the forearm of the top. Lyra out of the way, so they both had counters for each other, as Lyra got her with an overhead suplex. And now Lyra and Stephanie I mean, pretty evenly matched so far, as into the cover for a 2 count. The other 4 girls in the pod's probably watching this with a big smile on their face that these two are not holding back on one another. As Valkyria to the corner, but she delivers those boots right at Lyra. She was rushing at her, trying to hit her with that super kick, and Lyra, spin kick to the gut, and dropping a hair in the back of the head. Lyra got her stunned, but Valkyria counter. And Valkyria, nope, kick caught, turns her around, and got the leg hook to the German suplex. And clock ticking. We're going to have our first entry into the chamber. And we will have it down. 0 is on the clock, and Kairi Sane is in now immediately on the top rope. She goes. Sane, crossbody on Lyra, and she misses. As Kairi Sane trying to prove that she does not need damage control. She does not need Asuka. She doesn't need anybody. So she's kind of on that similar mission, trying to prove that she could be a star on her own, as she came back to this company in damage control at the hands of EO, and then eventually kind of stuck by Asuka's side through everything, even though Asuka mistreated her a number of times. So maybe, you know, I wonder if Kairi's happy that Lyra's in the chamber and not Asuka, or if Lyra, you know, maybe stopped Kairi from getting her hands on Asuka again. As sweeping the leg of Valkyria, Kairi taking it to both of them. She's got a hot start here, but Valkyria meets her with that kick to the gut and slows down that early momentum that Kairi had, a burst of energy to start. But Kairi off the ropes and drop toe hold. Down she goes and into the STF. STF on Kairi and tapping out. No, she's not gonna. As she drops that elbow right into the air of Valkyria. And Lyra coming off from the side. Got her with a head scissors takedown. As Lyra not going to be one to want to stay out of the action for too long, even though it maybe benefit her, as Kairi gets her the back suplex and Valkyria now with the drop kick. All 3 of these girls coming at each other. Roll up from behind. Lyra got Valkyria down. Kick out. And a kick out. Kairi now sneaks behind. Roll up. Rolling around the ring. Kairi just having a little fun with it, I guess. Got her into the crucifix, into the cover, and a kick out. Maybe trying to make her a little dizzy. Now backslide. Valkyria's got Kairi down. And the backslide gets the 2. All of them got each other on 2 counts, but no one put away. Nothing stolen here. As a forearm. Valkyria going back and forth. Forearm in both of them. Valkyria back at Lyra. Caught her with the arm drag. And, you know, everybody trying to just do so much as Kairi now catches Lyra the arm drag. Double stomp. But I am absolutely loving that these 3 are just taking it to one another. There's not even any personal vendettas. It is just all wanting to succeed and get to Wrestlemania. Meteora in the corner from Valkyria to Lyra. Then a kick to the spine. Kairi on the top rope. Forearm. Diving up the top. And they are expending a lot of energy. But into the cover, Kairi has Valkyria down in a 2 count. And Kairi immediately met the double axe handle from Lyra. Now she's going after Stephanie into the corner. As she's now tossing Kairi right there with her. Both in the corner and a double splash, taking them both out. As Valkyria rolls back up to her feet. Kairi also as well. As Valkyria had gotten Lyra off the top rope. She climbed up to the top and in defeat to now Kairi. As Valkyria got them both down for the moment, but Lyra back up to her feet. Code breaker. And now Valkyria the one on top. Cover on Lyra. And a kick out at 2. As now Kairi back involved. And drops the elbow right on Valkyria. Top rope. Kairi is stopped. Stopped by Lyra. Kairi though fights her off and dives in a crossbody. And she misses both girls. Super kick. Oh my goodness, super kick from Valkyria to Lyra. Kairi with a blockbuster. So much action going on, and a spin kick. Lyra takes her out, and cover on Kairi. And a kick out. I love there's been high action 24/7, no breaks, no rest, no nothing. as Kyrie, Lyra back up to their feet, and Kyrie met with some kicks, met with some more strikes, Valkyria not too far away, and a little combo, and then Lyra immediately drops her with the enziguri. No hesitation from Lyra, as Kyrie, though, quickly recovers. In the corner, she escapes and drops her with the jumping DDT. A little Mickey James action as into the cover, Kyrie kick out. As we're headed for our 4th entry into the chamber. We'll have 4 girls in the ring at once, and the next one up as the clock ticks down to 0. Bianca Belair looking to get back to a main event of WrestleMania. One of the only girls to do it, and she immediately drops her with a spear, dropping Stephanie Valkyria with a spear. Belair, multiple-time world champion. If you think back to the Royal Rumble, Belair eliminated Valkyria. The final 4, after, Julia won, the other 3 was 3 of the girls in the ring right now as Bianca catches Kyrie and drops her in a slam. As now Valkyria coming around, tornado and arm drag as code breaker Bianca. Quick momentum stifled, but Valkyria came 4th in the Rumble, Bianca came 3rd, and Lyra came 2nd. So the other 3 finalists in the Rumble all find themselves in the chamber. They've been on the brink of greatness, just haven't been able to do it yet. As Bianca met and dropped again. Valkyria on fire right now as Valkyria got Bianca over the corner. And Bianca in the corner as Valkyria just flinging her out. Nice power from Valkyria. Bianca back up to her feet and immediately catches Valkyria running at her with a spine buster. As Valkyria on the ropes now. Clothesline over the top and onto the floor. And Kyrie not going to let Bianca capitalize anymore as, oh no, she can't lift her up. Bianca crushes her. And how about the power, the rare power of Bianca? Gorilla press up on the shoulders, dropping her. And Bianca immediately met with Lyra on a crossbody. As now Lyra pressing the issue on Kyrie after that gorilla press. Tornado DDT. Bianca back up to her feet, and she's not happy that Lyra, kind of gotten in the way there, what she was doing, as Lyra, she did the same thing that Bianca did to Kyrie, just flattened her, wasn't able to lift her as a go behind, and German suplex. Lyra now dealing with Bianca, 2 going at it. I mean, these 2, they had their chance in that final 3 against Julia in the Rumble, both came up short. Bianca, though, catches that punch, turns things around, whipping her into Kyrie, who catches her with a little combo, and Bianca, teamwork not going to last for long. It seems like this match is very much going to have no allies. We've seen it before in past chamber and matches like this. You see allies, you see partnerships form, but I think this is the most high-level degree of everyone for themselves, because nobody is friends here. Nobody is teaming. Nothing is going on like that. There's no anything like it. I mean, it's rare to see stuff like that, but, every girl is going to take it for themselves as Lyra and Bianca go back and forth. Bianca, turn around, kick to the gut, has her up, Fisherman, Buster! And Lyra bouncing Bianca's head off the mat and into the cover. Bianca down, but not out. And a kick out at 2 as back up to her feet. Lyra going to the top rope. Maybe seeing if she could drop that leg, but no, Valkyria back involved. Valkyria gets her off the top, and they're in a perfect position. Kyrie insane elbow, but nobody home. Lyra out of the way. Wanted the insane elbow, but instead she's going to be mad by being put up on the shoulders, and Valkyria breaks things up. As Valkyria is going to turn her around and catch her with the STO, and Kyrie saying, hey, no thank you for breaking things up. Like I said, every girl for themselves, and she's got her in the corner, a little chop, and knocks her down with the boot. And Kyrie saying she's going to walking the plank, and Kyrie saying, going all the way, sliding knee, and she's got her down in position. Kyrie saying to the top rope, will it be insane elbow? elbow, and no, she misses. She missed Lyra, missed Valkyria, not gonna happen. And Valkyria, Bianca back involved now as Kyrie rolls that away and lets it be Valkyria and Bianca battling it out for the moment. As Valkyria out of nowhere, Lyra drops the leg out of nowhere into the cover. Valkyria kicks out. Valkyria just didn't even see it coming, and Bianca now she's gonna capitalize, has her own little glam slam action, plants her into the cover on Lyra, down, and the count. Lyra kicks out at 2 as Bianca now mad. How about a little SVB onto Belair and cover on her and Valkyria. No, it's a kick out by Bianca. All of them dropping each other with some heavy shots. Look at Kyrie Sane, where'd she get on the top of the pond from? Onto Valkyria, crossbody, cover. Oh, Valkyria kicks out. Everybody spilling out, everybody down for a moment except Kyrie, and we're gonna count us down to entry number 5. No eliminations yet, and we will have Chelsea Green come out, meaning Tiffany will be last. Chelsea sees everybody down for a moment as she tries to get a capitalization here, backslide, and a kick out on Kyrie. As Kyrie not allowing herself to be snuck with the jumping knee. How about into the corner, she drops Valkyria. How about Bianca now? She's just trying to catch her breath. And Chelsea, like I said before, she had talked the most trash while doing the least. She has been, making herself the main antagonist of every single person as a cover on Bianca, just trying to get her out. I mean, imagine the gloating that would happen if she eliminated Bianca, but she won't here. As Chelsea, will she be able to back up all the talking that she has done? Oh, a backbreaker. And now leg drop. And I think she's going to have to pay for the words that she has spoken because, like I said, talking all the trash in the world, it might not matter. You got to back it up in the ring. That's a super kick when she's doing it so far. Green is got her to backstab her. Nice little combo as Valkyria down for a moment, eventually gets back to her feet. Bianca, though, oh boy, Bianca has Chelsea up. Gorilla press slam and followed it up. Moonsault. And Valkyria, oh, she's not even going after Bianca. Okay, I said we might not have any allies, any partnerships, but I guess maybe everybody might be united against Chelsea Green specifically. Oh boy, Bianca, Valkyria, oh no, they're beating the heck out of her. 2-on-1. And Chelsea, look at that, little mutual nod. And yeah, they're backing off. They're teaming up on Chelsea. Chelsea fights back. And Zaguri and Green. Oh, she doesn't want any part of this. Oh, kick to the gut. And Chelsea, she doesn't want any part of this. Bicycle kick. She's just trying to get out of here. She wants to leave. She wants to just take a break. But Bianca's there. Oh no, Chelsea. She's trying to climb away. She's trying to climb away to get away from Bianca, but there's nowhere to go. Where are you going to go, Chelsea? There's nowhere to be. They're climbing Bianca head first off the stair and falling right on the mat. Oh no, Chelsea. Maybe talk less. Be less annoying, I don't know. But regardless, Bianca and Stephanie had teamed up on her. Bianca gets her in the ring. Oh no, measuring. And Chelsea Green, it might be a quick night for her. Has her up. And looking for a KOD. And I don't think we're done. Valkyria. Oh, look at her flying off the top rope. Oh no. Chelsea down, and Kyrie Sane to the top now. Insane elbow. All of them teaming up on Chelsea into the cover. And Kyrie Sane and company have eliminated Chelsea Green. Well, now we know who's not going to WrestleMania. Now Lyra back in the game here. Everybody was involved except Lyra, who already taken a bit of a beating, as Lyra is going to try to go after Kyrie, but she meets Valkyria. As we are here at 4 in the ring, 1 left to enter the chamber. As Bianca go behind and back suplex. And maybe a small nope, I said maybe a small partnership. I was mistaken. Kyrie sweeps the leg, and now going up after Valkyria as tossing her into the corner. And Kyrie with a back elbow. Valkyria slumps down, sitting and boot to the throat as Valkyria, her and Lyra having started this match still in it. Bianca and Lyra on the other side of the ring fighting, and Bianca slams her face first off the turnbuckle and goes for the splash, but Lyra got the knees up and a spin kick as Lyra going to the top rope now as she measuring, looking to drop the leg, and she misses. Just flat out misses. Bianca has her up. Power bomb. No, she gets off, lands on her feet, and Bianca caught under the lights and into the bridge, into the cover, and Bianca kicking out at 2. So that was a nice little dangerous exchange there, as now on the other side of the ring, other corner, trying to keep up with all this action. Valkyria and Kyrie going at it, just paired off, and a German cover bridge. Valkyria on Kyrie, who kicks out at 2. And now we are down to the last 10 seconds here. Final entry into the chamber. Up next, we know it's Tiffany Stratton, as Tiffany will enter here, and we are having all 5 in the ring. It's down to these 5. Someone's going to Mania, and everything, I mean, from what we have seen, has indicated that there's going to be no partnerships, no allies, no friends. Kyrie going to try to walk the plank again, and Bianca, I think maybe wants to try to cut her off. Bianca, oh, she ducks under it. She cut her off, or at least tried to, but Kyrie got it off anyway. Into the top rope, Kyrie saying, will it be? Again, she's trying the insane elbow, and no, misses. Her hit rate on the insane elbow, not that high, as Bianca delivered forearms to both Valkyria and Kyrie. Valkyria back up, but Stephanie has to watch her go and do a splash onto Kyrie and then hit her with a backslide. There's been many instances of trying to steal pins from behind, steal them when they're not expecting it. None have worked so far. Bianca blocks that chop and now has her hooks. How about a glam slam? Drop in her. Valkyria down, Kyrie back in it, and Kyrie drops Bianca. So much is going on in the ring, I can't even focus on the fact that outside the ring, Lyra and Tiffany are going at it. But I mean, there's just so much happening here. As Kyrie to the top rope after the spinning back fist, and Kyrie gotta go with the elbow out of the way. Bianca has her crashing down, up on the shoulders. KOD on Kyrie, into the cover. Kyrie Sane is out. We're down to 4. It's Lyra, Stephanie, Tiffany, and Bianca, as Tiffany finally in the ring as she was dealing with Lyra on the outside. Lyra's just gone through hell. She's taking one heck of a beating. Bianca and Tiffany in the ring going at it. The forearm drops her. Bianca has been incredible on her game and looking for a historic chamber victory here to put herself even higher and higher in the record books, trying to get that WrestleMania title match once again, as she's got her in a deadlift power bomb. Tiffany dropped on the back of her head into the cover, and Tiffany kicking out. As Bianca, I mean, who's gonna stop her? As Bianca top rope, and look at that! Valkyria came flying off the top and took her out. Bianca down, and Lyra back in the ring. We got the final 4 all in the ring together now, as Lyra, a couple of knees to the back of Valkyria, dropping her with the inverted DDT, and a spear immediately! And poor Lyra just got cut in half by Bianca. As into the corner, she sinks herself and then gets met. Knee right in the face, but Lyra not staying down too long. You can see, though, the bruises have already started to form on poor Lyra. Up on the shoulders, looking for Nightwing, but Bianca, no, fights her way out of it. Stephanie checks in, German suplex from behind on Bianca, and then Lyra turns it around, arm drag, and Tiffany now, she's getting involved, and Tiffany has her up, fall away, slam, and that's gonna be Lyra dropped again. German suplex now on Tiffany from Valkyria. Valkyria in the corner measuring. Tiffany catches her. Spine buster. Into the cover of Valkyria. Remember, she started the chamber too. She's beat up. She's hurt, but she's kicking out. And it's so difficult to keep up with the action here. Tiffany looking for the moonsault. Nope. Got the knees up. Valkyria got the knees up. You can see Lyra sneaking up from behind. Lyra on the top of her shoulder, spinning around. Hurricanrana onto Tiffany. And Lyra now looking for that gut wrench. Powering her into the power bomb. And that's not the first time already she's been manhandled in power bomb. Bianca did it, and now Lyra did it. Kick out again, though. Lyra, meanwhile, you're going to go to the top rope again. Trying to fly. And Lyra off the top. Oh, she went for Tiffany, but Bianca swooped in. Caught her. Power bomb. And kick out. Tiffany got out of the way, but Bianca swooped in and caught her. And now Tiffany trying to capitalize on the sidewalk slam. And Lyra now has got Tiffany into the corner. And Tiffany onto the top rope. As Lyra, no, not able to do anything with it. Tiffany gets her way down. And Tiffany with a drop kick. And even Strat a little tired as she's the freshest in the match, and even she's a little beat up. She's a little rocked. As Valkyria, how about it? Taking advantage, looking for the devil's kiss, and she's got her hooked, and just slamming her face into the mat. And she's gonna take out Tiffany for the time being. Lyra tries to snake her, catches an elbow for her troubles. Into the cover, got the pin, got the strong bridge. Lyra kicking out at 2. And Tiffany down. How about your turn, Lyra? Get a devil's kiss for your troubles. Already caught it with Tiffany. Now catching it with Lyra. And make it 2 of the 3 in the match. Bianca to the top rope now. Bianca crossbody, she misses. And I think I know what's gonna happen here. And a snapmare. How about all 3 getting a taste of the devil? As Stephanie, Valkyria dropping them, all of them. And down. As Valkyria stands tall for the time being, she's going to go to the top. Bianca's down. Bianca's laid out. Bianca, is it time for her to go to packing? No, not the knees up. Bianca got the knees up. And Bianca off the ropes and a spear. Spear. Bianca is maybe going to try to go to the top, but no, Tiffany there to meet her. And Tiffany, she's got her in position. Looking for it. Prettiest moon, soul, Inferno! Bianca knees up again. Bianca knees up again. Glam, slam. How about you taste it too? Tiffany rolls away into the rope to climb back up as Bianca clothesline over the top. Tiffany outside as Lyra now in the ring. She dies on a crossbody as Lyra loves flying out of nowhere and measuring Bianca. It's just been such a task to try to put down Bianca, looking for Nightwing, and she's still not going to be able to hit it. Still can't get her. Still can't make it happen. Bianca into the corner. Just rammed her so hard into there. She fell over, but Bianca caught Tiffany. Snaps her neck off the rope. And Bianca down. Tiffany to the top. And no, Valkyria runs quickly. Valkyria got her hooked. Superplex. Valkyria and Tiffany laid on the center of the ring. Valkyria back up to her feet pretty quickly. Bianca, 450, 450. And Bianca pays it back and not putting it away yet as Valkyria long blower. And Valkyria's got Bianca and Tiffany down. She tries to pin Bianca first. She tries to pin her first. Got her down. No, Bianca kicks out. Bianca kicking out, and Valkyria now going to pin Tiffany, but it might have been too long. And Tiffany also kicks out at 2. Maybe you had a chance to get Tiffany out there if you got her down first for the pin, but Valkyria took the opportunity to get damage out on Bianca and almost put her away. Bianca obviously not happy about it as Valkyria out of nowhere, dropping the leg. She did it to Stephanie earlier. She loves swooping in when nobody expects it, but Tiffany was ready to capitalize, and Tiffany has got her in position. 3rd time, no! 3rd time's not the charm. 3rd time's not the charm. Up on the shoulders. And Nightwing. Nightwing center of the ring. And it's not going to be Tiffany time at WrestleMania. Strat eliminated. We're down to 3. We're down to Bianca, Valkyria, and Valkyria as Stephanie is laid on the outside for the moment as Bianca suplexed into the ring and cover on Bianca to kick out. And Valkyria with an elimination. Kyrie had an elimination. Bianca with an elimination. And we're down to not only the final 3, but the 2 girls that started this match, Stephanie and Lyra, still in it as Bianca has her up on her shoulders. Oh no! And a power bomb to the floor! Lyra might be done. That is just absolutely brutal. I don't care that there's padding there. That still hurts a lot. As Bianca tossing her right into the pod. And Bianca, oh no! Bianca! She's looking to spear her through the pod! And if Bianca had thought Lyra wasn't done yet, I think she might be done now. And Valkyria cut it half. It's gotta be done for poor Lyra. She's broken through that glass. And Bianca just has to drag her to the ring, maybe. And Bianca, oh no, look at up top! Look above! Valkyria flies off the side of the cage. And Valkyria takes out Bianca. I feel like if you pinned Lyra and got her in the ring, maybe it's over. But Valkyria seems intent on eliminating Bianca right here, right now. And I think she might do it. I think she might do it, but Bianca counters. And a forearm right to the face. How about a couple of more? For good measure. Bianca off the ropes. And no knees up. Valkyria got the knees. And Stephanie, drop kick, no, swatted away by Bianca, who's got her hooked up, power, bomb, no, that's Valkyria fighting away, and Valkyria roll up, tries to trap her, tries to get those shoulders down, and it's only going to be a 2 count. Valkyria is now going to get a taste of her own medicine. Drop, stacked up. Valkyria counters, pin of her own, pin, and no, Bianca kicks out at 2, and Bianca no spear. She jumps over, and Valkyria, impressive to still have that much left in her. Code breaker. At this point, it really does feel like anybody is going to be down at any moment. They've taken so much punishment, the 3 of these girls, and Lyra's still dead on the outside. He hasn't moved much. Into the top rope for a superplex. Bianca counters. Bianca avoids disaster. Bianca stays on the top and measuring, looking for the cross body, but no. She tried to adapt her surroundings. She doesn't fly very often other than that 450 as Bianca back body drop avoids, again, potential catastrophic failure as Bianca looking for it. No, she counters, but counters, but Bianca doesn't care. Bianca shrugs it off. Bianca up, K.O.D. K.O.D. Valkyria down. No one to save her. Valkyria's eliminated. We're down to 2. Bianca and Lyra, who's barely moved since being speared through the pod. And Bianca, I think it might just be merciful to just get her in the ring and just pin her. Valkyria in the ring, and Bianca just down, pins her in a merciful end potentially. Valkyria kicks out. Lyra kicks out. Lyra's not done. How? As Bianca looking for that historic chamber win, and Lyra the only thing standing in her way, and Lyra is just not quitting, and Bianca trying to get this one to just be a merciful end. Just quit, Lyra, but no! Over the head, suplex, and Valkyria not quitting. Lyra, she wants her up. And Lyra, I can't imagine that she has 2 good arms. I can't imagine that her ribs are broken right now. Caught her with the kick. Caught her with the desperation kick. Is it going to be over? Bianca kicks out at 2. And Lyra so close. But can she have another big swing in her? She just needs one. And is this the one? No, Bianca slides off. And not gonna happen. Bianca has her up. And oh my goodness, Bianca, just limitless energy, limitless power. Still able to keep up. Still able to show that she's got plenty left in the tank, it feels like. Bianca, how do you outlast Bianca? How? As Lyra still fighting. At what point does Bianca get frustrated or bewildered that she's just not able to get her to stay down. But Bianca slapped to the face and maybe a slap to reality and the braid! A slap to the face and then a slap with the braid! And the braid comes in and just decimates her. And Lyra, measure a spear! Spear Bianca, cuts her in half, and the cover! Lyra, come on! She's still alive! How? Lyra, just stop. No one's gonna blame you. You put in one hell of an effort. You've been in here for over half an hour. And now Bianca going to have her up on her shoulder. But Lyra slips away. Lyra gets her feet out up from under her. And Valkyria, can you do it? Can you do it, Bianca? I mean, yeah, she was fourth entrant into the match, but she's been in here a while as well. As now into the corner, up to the top. And Lyra, oh no! Springboard Spanish fly! Spanish fly! And now it's done! Now it's over! And Lyra, no, she kicks out again! Come on, Lyra! Still able to survive in Bianca now. She knows she's gonna pull out the big style, looking for the 450! 450, but she misses! Lyra got the knees up somehow! Got her! Nightwing, come on! Come on! Nightwing! She dropped her! She dropped her! Cover! And Lyra's gonna go to WrestleMania! Lyra! And no, a kick out! I think that was it! How did she kick out? How? I don't think Lyra's got another one in her, does she? Bianca, now it's gonna be a question on the other side. How do you kick out of that? Bianca out of the way. Has her hooked up and trying. No! Slip behind! And Bianca taken out again. Lyra, so close, come on! Got her up on the shoulders. Bianca slips away. Slips away. Bianca hooking her for the glam slam, but gets out of it. Arm drag, slaps, and a kicks, and everything in between. Lyra, got her, no! Bianca rolls away, and rolls her up, Is it over? Is it? No, Lyra kicking out again, surviving just one more time. Bianca slaps her away, but now catching the forearm, They're just going back and forth. No one able to land the big hit, and that's the forearm this time for Bianca. Going for the splash, but the knees up. They've thrown everything at each other. They don't have anything else. Connor with the spin kick. Connor might have knocked her clean out. Looking for it. Up. Nightwing. No, she's still getting out. How many times? How many counters Bianca as Lyra rolls away, gets her up again, but Bianca fighting off again. How many times? Lyra? Lyra's just resilient though. Gets her again, has her up, and resilient as ever. Nightwing folds her in half. Cover for WrestleMania. Lyra Valkyria wins it. She wins it, and she's going to WrestleMania. Look at the bruised ribs. Look at everything she went through. Over half an hour in the chamber. Coast to coast, wire to wire. And Valkyria at the biggest win of her life. And she's going to Mania. And Becky, oh no! Title shot to the face, and Becky just pulled the trigger before Lyra could even do anything about it. And this was always about keeping herself at the top. She sabotaged Lyra's Rumble number, sabotaged her entry into Elimination Chamber, all tried to keep her down, all tried to keep her in her shadow, but Lyra was just too good, too much, and she overcame it. But now that the truth is out, Becky's gonna punish her for stepping out of line, for not dropping out of the Rumble like she wanted, for not dropping out of the chamber, for not just helping her and keeping her at the top. All Lyra wanted to do was catapult her career into the next level, and now she's paying for it, and she earned to be here. She earned herself a title match. She earned it all, and now Becky's just trying to take it away from her, as Becky outside the ring taking Lyra out there, and this is just ridiculous. Bayley at least dropped the truth on her and let her see for herself, but Becky didn't even give her a chance to pick her. Becky has picked Lyra, and she's gonna have to fight her at WrestleMania for sure now, but I don't even know if Lyra's gonna make it to WrestleMania. I don't even know if she's gonna be able to do it, because she's still beat up from the chamber, beat up from everything she's gone through, and Becky's beating the hell out of her even more off the announce table, face first, manhandle slam on the floor. And Lyra is going to maybe limp into WrestleMania. She earned her title match, but I don't think she's gonna have anything else other than an earned trip to the hospital. And Becky's not done. Becky's not done. Up on the announce table, manhandle slam through the table. And Becky just decimated Lyra. Takes her championship, and even though she's got to do it all on her own now, and that the truth is out, you're going to try to make her regret ever thinking she can step out of Becky's shadow. And Becky, oh, she's going to try to attack Lyra again, but Lyra this time ready, avoids the title shot, and this time, it's Lyra on top, getting the better of her face to face, and Lyra trying to show that she's not afraid of Becky, she's not afraid to be on her own anymore, she is not one to be manipulated or messed with anymore. She has gone through so much over this past year, and she has earned the spot that she is in. How about Nightwing on Becky? Dropping her, but she's not done with Becky. That table's set up, and the contract may be set in stone for their match at WrestleMania. That seems like it's going to be anything goes, anything, no disqualification. How about a little preview? Lyra putting her through the table, and for good measure, Lyra grabs the world title. And Lyra, is this your future world champion? It is time for your WrestleMania Night 1 main event. And a match that is so many years in the making, and I guess also a rubber match of sorts, as Lyra and Becky go at it on the biggest stage of them all, as they have faced each other 4 times in the past. Lyra's won 2, Becky has won 2, but the most recent 2 have gone to Becky, and things are so much different than they were all that time ago, especially, as far back as NXT. Lyra trying to prove that she could stand on her own. She doesn't need Bayley, she doesn't need Becky, she doesn't need somebody to catapult her career, she doesn't need anybody to help her, that she can go stand alone and reach the highest of highs. But standing in her way is a person that Lyra has described as just like her: insecure, scared, desperate. Becky has reached the main event of WrestleMania before, so she becomes the first girl in history to do it 2 times. Becky, in what Lyra says is her last world title. Becky has gone on records in interviews before saying that this is her final contract. This is it for her. And Lyra playing on that insecurity, that this could be it for Becky. This could be the final time she is ever a champion. This could be the final time she's ever walking the stage at WrestleMania. And this could be the final time she could continue to grow on that legacy and that resume that she has already placed herself at the top of, saying that she is the greatest of all time. This is everything to Becky, and for Lyra, this is her opportunity to do what she has never done before and climb the highest of highs and, in her words, eclipse Becky and prove that she is more than just a shadow for Becky, that she is just as good, and she said even better, as we're actually going to have a little test here. Even though there is no disqualifications, no countouts, and only pinfalls and submissions in the ring, you would expect them to go right at each other and brawl fight, but they've been in the ring before. They know what it takes to beat one another, and I think there is a bit of an ego here on both sides, more so Becky's side, to prove that she is not just the greatest of all time, that she is a better wrestler, she's a better fighter, she is a better brawler, she is better in every single way than Lyra, and Lyra wanting to prove the other thing to be true as she comes out on top there, and Becky driving her into the ropes. Obviously, there's not going to be any clean breaks or anything like that. Referee's only here to count a pin or a submission, as Lyra taking advantage. No, Becky kick to the back of the leg. We know Lyra also, based on how things went in the Elimination Chamber, Rumble against Asuka, all the stuff that she has been through, and also that attack that Becky, you know, putting her through the announce table, that she is no way going to be 100%. She has worked herself to the bone for weeks now, and you've seen how she had those bruised ribs coming out of the Elimination Chamber, how her arm is still not 100%, and Becky, that plays to her advantage. Lyra is a bird with a damaged wing, and I don't think anyone is more equipped to take advantage of that than Becky, who's going to put her foot on the arm, stomp right on that elbow joint. And not only that, she's got the hand now, and she's going to start biting the fingers of Lyra, and she's just not even having any shame here. She will use literally everything at her disposal. And as Lyra said, she is desperate. And Becky slide. Now here, another chop block. Back of the leg again. Already the second time she's gone to that back of the leg. And now focusing in on that, Becky drops it on the mat. And Becky, oh, here we go. Four-legged clover, rolling through in a submission here. Obviously, so early on in this match, you're not going to get a tap out here, but you're going to wear her down. You're going to make things really difficult for her as Lyra gets out. And eventually, though, you know, still a couple of seconds in there is going to be enough damage as Lyra takes her down, delivers some, you know, heated strikes, but with these two knowing each other so well, not just in the ring, but out of the ring, they know each other as people. For as much as Becky spins the truth, there is still truth to the fact that Lyra idolized Becky and wanted, you know, to step through the doors that she opened. And as much as Becky may have opened those doors, you gotta give Lyra all the credit in the world, because she did step through them. She's her own girl, independent of Becky, and she didn't need Becky. But Becky will never let it be known otherwise. She will always take credit for Lyra's existence. As Lyra sets up a table on the outside, Becky tries to come out of nowhere in a chair, and Lyra just slides it away from her. And now we're getting into a bit of a brawl outside the ring. And you can only imagine how much is going to be put into this match weaponry-wise, as Lyra wants to prove herself after that SummerSlam match. The last time these two faced, Lyra, it was the biggest failure of her career. It was the biggest letdown, as Becky with the chair. Lyra, you know, she couldn't get to that level that Becky did, and Becky forever believes that Lyra just can't get to that level. She doesn't have that killer instinct. She can't put her down and keep her down, as every single time Becky has had the opportunity to put Lyra down, to bury her further, to use her for her own success. As Becky clearing off the announce table, Lyra with a chair flings it at Becky right in the face. And Becky was thinking big. She already put her through the announce table one time on Raw a few weeks ago with that manhandle slam, and Lyra gonna get things back into the ring, but the announce table has been cleared. They got a table set up outside. Lyra to the top rope, and Valkyria for the crossbody, and Becky out of the way. As you know, with how much these two know each other, what is it gonna take to take each other down? What is it going to be? What shot are they going to throw at each other that they aren't expecting, that they don't know? because we've seen it before when opponents have such familiarity with one another and they know each other inside and out. It becomes so difficult, and they have such expectations for what is going to be thrown at them. So who's going to be the one to hit that shot that they don't see coming, as Lyra off the German is going to go run right at Becky, who counters with a German of her own. And again, trading similar offense. And a leg drop from Becky. How about another one? Spinning and missing. Lyra back up to her feet. And Lyra with a little combo. Kick to the leg. Kick to the other one. And he misses the enziguri. But Becky back to her feet. Shaking off those strikes and a suplex pump handle. And Lyra down. Becky. And here you go. Another submission here. And Becky trying to just capitalize on all the damage that has already been inflicted on Lyra throughout the weeks. And Lyra trying to escape, and she does. Like I said, we're so early on in the match that it's not going to be a situation where you're going to get a tap, but you're going to wear her down. And how about another one? This time an armbar. Becky relentless with the armbar now. And I guess if you keep doing it enough, maybe you will get that tap. Maybe you will. But Lyra out. And already a couple of attacks on that arm as Lyra takes a couple of those chops, but then catches her, tosses her over to the overhead suplex. And Lyra using that momentum against Becky as to her feet. Both of them go under the corner, and Lyra goes into the corner, but Becky with the boots, got the boots up. And how about some more chops, trying to just bruise the chest as a counter for counter they go. Kicks to the hamstring, and Lyra making Becky wobble a bit, but Becky comes back with a kick of her own. As both of them just back and forth, butterfly, hooking her in. Lyra, arm drag, nice counter, nice evasion as Becky rolls out of the ring, wants to take a breather, but Lyra keeping on the pressure, flying over the top rope, takes her down. And Valkyria keeping on the pressure. She knows Becky's games, though. She knows that she'll try to run. She knows that she'll try to bait her in, draw her in. But Lyra not going to be the one to fall for. She's going to keep the pressure on, but also try to stay smart. Lyra has another chair, and Becky, man with a chair to the gut. And Lyra this time, chair to the face. And now getting a taste of her own medicine as Becky eats those two shots with the chair and into the barricade now. As Becky is going to have to pay for everything she did, everything she said to Lyra. It's not just the physicality that she put her through the last few weeks and, in the past, over the years. It's the mental stuff. It is making Lyra doubt herself. It's preying on those insecurities. It's making her struggle trying to progress in her own career by herself. Becky's got a ladder. I don't know what she's thinking here as she's going to go over towards the announce table, but Lyra breaking things up for the moment. And I don't know what Becky had in her mind as that ladder tumbles over. And get it out of the way for a moment here. But we got a ladder, we got a table, got the announce table too as Becky right into the announce table. And Lyra, yeah, she's thinking to clear things out here. We already cleared off one announce table. I'm going to clear out the other one. And this is getting scary now as Becky meets her with an uppercut and all leg drop on the ladder. That's gonna hurt both of them, but I think they're both willing to inflict damage on themselves if it means taking out the other one. Lyra counters, inverted DDT, and Becky's head might have clipped the ladder there. Not a direct hit, but maybe it clipped as Lyra now going over the announce table. Becky placed, leaning against it, as now Becky fighting back. And Becky strikes and putting Lyra up on her shoulders. And Lyra, she's fighting off elbows, and she gets off onto their feet. And DDT on the floor again. Maybe clipped the ladder. It was close, but no direct hits right now. As Lyra over into the ring, as that table got knocked over earlier, but it looks like we're going to set this thing right back up. Yeah, I guess they had intentions in mind. That table back, and Becky tried to meet her with a forearm, but no. Battles back, Lyra, top rope, and no, she gets her caught, top rope, and Becky, oh, just an arm wrench, just flattening her. And that's gotta be the worst possible thing that could have happened to Lyra. Now kind of mutilation. She had her shoulder come crashing down. And now Becky with the submission and trying to get the tap. But no, Lyra rolls, gets the leverage back and gets away. And I mean, she's definitely got that injured wing though. As they're battling in the center of the ring. And Lyra, I mean, she can try throwing punches. I don't know how much power is going to be behind them, but I guess, you know, quantity over quality if you're going to have a bum arm. The head scissors takedown, and Becky into the corner. Lyra creating that distance, trying to charge up the momentum here. Becky stood up in the corner and a drop kick, running drop kick. And Becky back to her feet, but man, with Lyra hooking her for the Fisherman Buster. Fisherman Buster and down into the cover. Becky, eyes glazed over, but she's kicking out. And Lyra, I mean, these two are going to throw so much at one another because there is desperation on both sides. And Lyra now, you know what she's looking for on the top rope. She's measuring Becky, trying to drop the leg. And Lyra, no! Becky caught her! Becky caught her, walking her over to the ropes! Oh no! Oh no! Power bomb through the table on the outside! Oh, just brutal! And Lyra crashing through the table on the outside of the ring, and Becky immediately going to try to capitalize. Lyra rolled back into the cover, and Becky has her down. Lyra, is she out? And kick out. Wasn't a strong one, but a kick out nonetheless as Becky go to the top rope. Lyra back up to her feet. Molly go around, and Lyra, oh, look at the power, look at the power. Power bomb, stacks her up, she can do it too. No table involved, with a high stack and a kick out. Trying to one-up one another. Power for power, counter for counter. Lyra with a kick, and Becky leaned up against the ropes. And Lyra clothesline over the top. And Becky down to the floor where that broken, shattered table is as she's crawling back to her feet. Lyra, you see her up on the apron there. And Lyra, oh, she got caught, slipped up. And Becky trips her. And now Becky, oh, she's looking for more here. She's throwing her towards the announce table. And Becky, oh no, we've seen Becky do this over the years. We've seen her do it over the years where she sets them up on the announce table, gets the ladder. We've seen her, you know, think back Evolution and other, you know, big time events where she has put people through the table with the leg drop. But no, Lyra back on her feet. Lyra back on her feet. Becky, oh, she tips the ladder. She tips the ladder, and Becky falls under the announce table, but it doesn't break. A stiff fall. But Becky laid out on the announce table now. And Lyra to the top. Lyra to the top rope. She can fly. Bounce out to the table. Through the announce table. And Becky back fired. Announce table shattered into the ring, and Lyra gets her in for the cover as Lyra has her down for the title, and Becky kicking out. So now they've put each other through tables, they powerbomb one another, they have hit each other with some big shots, but still, seems like there's plenty more left in the arsenal here. Ladder being slid into the ring, and I think Lyra wants more. How about another table? Yeah, why not? As if it hasn't enough. Another table as well, as Lyra back out on the apron, and Becky meets her with a shoulder to the guts. And now you've slid her all the weaponry, and she's setting up the furniture in the ring. As sets that table up in the corner, and Lyra back up to her feet and climbing under the apron. Maybe ready for Becky this time, as she's gonna try it, but no. Knee to the face. Lyra hops back into the ring and delivers a couple of kicks, delivers a couple of strikes into the enziguri to take her down. Lyra, though, you can already tell, fatigue of this match kicking in already. It's been a war, and I don't even know if we're anywhere near the end yet, as Lyra has got her in the center of the ring, hooked on the shoulders, looking for Nightwing, looking for it, but Becky elbows as that's not going to work out for her, and now hooking her for a back exploder, but nope. Counter for counter, up on the shoulders. Lyra, no, inverted DDT, but the back, right on the ladder. She didn't even have the back of her head hit the ladder. It was just purely the spine, purely her back, as now Becky wrenching the arm in the ropes, as she has done everything she can to try to attack her in this arm, submissions and attacks, and a turnbuckle right in the face as Becky has got her down. And now what's she thinking? I mean, Becky always has a plan, always has something on her mind, always looking to be creative with the weaponry, and she's got the steel steps. Come on, we've already got enough in this ring. We already got enough. As if we need more. Oh, she's going under the ring too. How about another chair as well? She's going to toss the chair in the ring. And Becky, let's just grab the other chair as well. So Becky, 2 chairs and the steel steps. Lyra waiting for her. Lyra, you took too long. Becky, you took too long to get the weaponry. And it pays as Lyra now, she's surrounded by a lot as she's measuring Becky up to her feet. And Lyra is slowly making her way over. So much taken out of her. She's looking up for Nightwing again, but no. Becky has had all the counters she has needed, but Lyra got one of her own. And back up to her feet, but it is a dangerous, dangerous ring. I mean, look at all the weaponry. Look at all the stuff everywhere. Elbow in the corner, Becky counters. And Becky, oh no, into the corner, face first off the turnbuckle, into the top rope, Becky. She's looking for a big shot here. Becky climbing. Oh, she's gonna meet her, hooks the leg. Back exploder. Oh no, Becky. Lyra clipped the steps. Lyra clipped the steps of the back exploder, and she kicks out. But the side of Lyra, you know, right around like that rib cage area on your side, like that just went right into the edge of the steps. That's such a dangerous spot to be in as Becky has her hooked. How about another armbar? Got her down, and she is just trying to wear her out, but Lyra this time a lot quicker. She knows she's got to urgently get out of all those submissions whenever she gets put in them. As Lyra catches her with that spin kick, gets her with that big knockout shot, and Becky down, and the cover and a kick out. Becky out at 2, and Lyra is now looking for what in the world she's got to do next, as she knows how desperate Becky is to win this one. She's being pushed into those deep waters, but does she have it in her? Lyra, drop with the back suplex. Both are down for the moment as they gotta catch their breath. Becky, though, back to her feet first, and Becky to the second rope. With a leg drop, no! Out of the way, Lyra, kick to the gut. Oh, look at Lyra, look what she's doing. Hooked her with the Rose Plan taking a page away from Bayley, and she's throwing a shot she didn't expect, and Becky kicks out. She hit her with Bayley's Rose Plan, and that is almost enough to get it done. So I said you had to throw shots at him that you weren't expecting. As Lyra Hurricanrana through the table now. Hurricanrana, and Lyra doubling up on the offense. And the cover again, but Becky kicks out. My goodness, man. Just so much being thrown at each other. Moonsault, standing moonsault. No one home. Becky back to her feet. Disarm her. She's bringing her down. And the arm being just severed right now. There's no way that there isn't something wrong with that shoulder, with that arm. As Lyra, she's not going to tap still. Still not going to tap. And Lyra, what is she made of right now? As she's going to have her up on the shoulders. Nightwing. She got it down. Nightwing for the title. Becky kicks out. Oh my goodness, Becky kicked out a Nightwing. Of all the things, you thought your biggest shot was going to be able to put him down, and it didn't. Back to the drawing board, I guess. Lyra's got the ladder, and she's going to push it back into the ring. I mean, what else do you do at this point? Lyra hops back in the ring. Becky waiting for her. Becky! Oh no, Becky! Got her hook, manhandle slam! And her just lower back right on the ladder. Lyra's down 4. Lyra kicks out on the manhandle slam. And now both of them gotta be bewildered, gotta be floored. They just kicked out of both of each other's biggest shots. And Lyra, I mean, how is she staying alive? This is just unreal from Lyra, as her arm still being targeted, still being wrecked. I mean, I mean, if Becky has her way, Lyra's going to be on the shelf for a long time. Lyra's not going to be able to ever grip properly again. She's never going to be able to lift anything again, as Becky just brutalizing the arm. And now, what is she going to do? How about under the ring? What else is even left? How about another chair? How many chairs have been used in this match? How many have been exposed? As chair, Becky using it, trying to swing for the head, but Lyra catches it. Trying to swing for the head, and Lyra almost decapitated, it felt like, as she's got her hook, couple of knees, right on the back, and then an inverted DDT. At least buys herself a couple of moments. Becky rolling away as Lyra, I mean, you got anything else in the playbook? Becky, punch, responds well. To the top rope she goes, and Lyra meets her, throws her up the top, and Becky goes crashing down. Becky up to her feet, crawling to the corner, and Becky knocked away, but now with the boot, and no, Becky counters, kick of her own. Becky back up to her feet, both of them standing, but slowly just trading whatever they can. Lyra gets her back into the corner. She clearly has something on her mind as she goes her up to the top rope, and Becky sitting on the top rope. Lyra just hitting her, trying to stun her. Becky stunned for the moment. Lyra, what has she got planned? They're both in high district territory, and Lyra to the top. Oh, look at this. Poison Rana off the top. Poison Rana off the top. Lyra back to her feet. Becky's gonna be up to her feet, but she doesn't know where she is. Bailey to belly. Shades of Brooklyn. And under the cover. Oh, Becky kicking out. And it's clear where she pulled that from. I mean, Sasha Bailey in Brooklyn, and it wasn't even enough. What is it gonna take? Becky lands on her feet, and both of them in the biggest fight of their lives. It feels like Becky, she just threw her right into the steps, right into the ladder. And Becky now, where is she pulling from? Where is she pulling? She's gonna go with the stomp, curb stomp, pulling from her husband. Seth, curb stomp. Lyra kicks out. Kick out from Lyra. And now it's Becky. What does she gotta do? Because she just pulled deep from the back of her tricks of things she's never really pulled out before. As a curb stop wasn't enough, Lyra somehow back to her feet rather quickly as she had Becky stunned for a moment. Now steel steps in the center of the ring. Oh my goodness, what did she just... I think she was going to maybe think of Nightwing on the steps. That would have been for certain the end. And Becky just avoided disaster. Lyra, meanwhile, catches her with an elbow. Has her stunned. Oh, Becky down. Oh, look at this. Lyra. Disarmor. Disarmor on Becky. And Becky getting a taste of her own disarmor. And she gets out of it. I mean, if anybody's going to know how to get out of it, it's going to be her. Got her hook for him exploded, but no. Lyra escapes. Lyra escaping. Got her. Caught. And tosses her over her head. And we are very much in those deep waters that Becky spoke of, but Lyra, she's not just swimming, she's thriving! And flips her over. Lyra in the corner, measuring Becky. And Becky catches her! Becky catches her! Oh no! Turns around! Oh no! Right on the steps! She, instead of doing a backbreaker with the knee, used the steps! Just brutal! And Lyra in the corner and gets away with the boots. She's able to survive temporarily. Lyra tosses her into the corner now. And off screen, she adjusted those steps. She was maybe thinking of something crazy. She adjusted the steps, and now Becky has her at the top. Oh no! Oh no, the steps! They readjusted Becky now! You wanted to put her through the steps, Becky! Oh no, Lyra! It's all over! Oh no! Manhandle slam off the ropes! Onto the steps! Lyra! Oh, she kicked out! She kicked out! Lyra kicked out of that! And if she's kicking out of that, what is it gonna take? with the chair. Becky, I don't know what she does. Lyra won't stay down. Lyra's more determined than I've seen anybody ever. Lyra, roll up. She got her caught. Becky's shoulders down and a kick out. I still just can't believe what I've seen. She kicked out of the manhandle slam off the second rope onto steps, and Becky, she kicked out of a stomp. She kicked out of a regular manhandle slam. She's been put through a table. And Becky, I mean, she's taking a lot too. She's eating the Nightwing. She's eating the Bailey to belly. The Rose Plant elbow, trying to go for it again, but no, manhandle slam countered. Hip toss, and Lyra go behind. German, no. Becky go behind. And it's her turn to try to counter, but now Lyra got her hooked and Hurricanrana towards the center of the ring. And back up to her feet. Lyra is going to try to get her hooked. No. Becky bites out of it. Got her with the butterfly and into the armbar again. Third time she's got her in the armbar. And again, Lyra just quickly evades, but she might have burned whatever she had left in the tank to get out of it. And a boot right to the face. And Lyra, what is left? What is left in either of them? As Becky into the corner, forearm, springboard kick to the chest, and now Bexploder. And is it over now? Becky, what is she thinking here? Chair in hand, and Becky, she's just looking to, oh no, she's got the chair set up. No, Becky, disarm her in the chair. She's yanking on that arm, and Lyra, how is she surviving this? She's just tap out already. Becky is begging for her to tap, but no, Lyra slips her up, and Becky's throat got caught on the chair. And Lyra survives up on the shoulders. Nightwing, Becky countering, Becky, oh, but she's got to be struggling to breathe right now. After what just happened, she got her throat caught on the chair, and Lyra with some kicks, both of them going at it. And this is the main event of WrestleMania, and this has just been an absolute war going back and forth. And these two, fueled by all their history and all their hate that they have for one another now. Lyra, she's begging for more. Both of them begging for more. Becky begging for her. Lyra begging for her, but they're just delivering everything. Look at the bruises. Look at the cuts. Look at everything that they have been putting each other through. Lyra and Becky trading everything that they have at each other. And Lyra with a strike. And they're taking it. They're trading. It's a hockey fight. They hate each other so much. Lyra gets the better end of it. Lyra with more strikes. Lyra just kicking, overwhelming, up on the shoulders. Becky driven down. Nightwing, but Lyra's not going to go for the cover. What is Lyra thinking here? And she was questioned so much about, do you have that killer instincts? Do you have what it takes to put her down? Becky crawled away into the corner, and Lyra, what is she thinking here? She wants to put Becky down once and for all, a definitive end. And how definitive is it gonna get? Lyra, oh no, on the shoulders of Becky on the top rope. Becky driven, Nightwing off the second rope onto the steps. He just broke her in half, literally broke her in half into the cover. And Lyra Valkyria has won the women's title at WrestleMania. Lyra did it. Lyra accomplished exactly what she said she would do. She accomplished it all. She said that I could stand on my own. 2 feet, and she did. She took her out. She beat Becky. And on one heck of a road to WrestleMania, Lyra Valkyria has proved she could stand on her own. She can do it by herself, and she is a star that needed nobody else to prop her up. She is undisputedly one of the best in the world.